Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. So we are going to examine the four-part series on textual oddities of the Textus Receptus tradition in 1 John. So this is part 1, printing oddities within the TR tradition. So this is by Timothy Decker. So I messaged Timothy this morning and said I will be doing a live program on his articles. And he seemed pretty interested in that as long as it was fair and charitable. Now, I have gone through, I think I read the first one, and I thought, well, instead of me doing this and then offering my opinions on it, because my life is so busy and I'm always running around like a headless chook, I'll do these as a live reaction. So I think sometimes it's better that way. We sort of go through the study together, and so we're looking at all the evidence as it unfolds. So there are 4 articles. I'll just show you the articles. So this is on the website Covenant Baptist Theological Seminary, and if you go to cbtseminary.org, you can look this up. So this is the beginning of part 1, and then we've got another one, part 2 here, printing oddities within the TR tradition continued, part 3, strange textual readings in the TR, and then part 4, strange textual readings in the TR. So we're just going to jump straight into this and start reading through this. Now, this might mean that I have to look at some of the editions of Beza, Erasmus, etc. I've got all them ready to be looked at. I've got all the links on my website. I may as well show you what I'm looking at. So this is the books part of my website. If you want to go through and look at some of the editions of the Textus Receptus, I've had this up for quite a long time. You can look at all these editions of Beza. Usually I'm going to the 1598 here. You can look at lots of other things. Sometimes it goes to online Bibles or archive or whatever. There's a whole lot of books. Some of them are, King James, preferred King James only, TR only. Some of them are books that I wouldn't recommend. Some of them are critical text, some of them are majority text, but there's a lot of books. And some of them also go to compilations, like it might go to James Snap's website where he's recommending 50 books that he wants people to look at. And so it's quite an interesting little place to go to. And so that's on my website. If you go to the main page, it's up in the books section up there. And so I'll drop that page down. So Timothy Decker. So one thing, Timothy Decker, I had heard through some, because usually I'm listening to everything I possibly can about the Textus Receptus, what's being said about Erasmus, or the last 12 verses of Mark, or last 6 verses of Revelation, or Pericope Adulterae. Usually whenever something comes up on YouTube, I'm listening to it. So there's been a couple of places I've listened to in the last few months, and people have said that Timothy Decker is awaiting a heart transplant. And so he contacted me this morning and said that was the case. And so he's waiting a heart transplant in hospital. So I think it would be good if we actually pray for Timothy. So let's just pray. Father God, we just thank you that you are a miracle working God, and nothing is impossible for you, and all things are possible to those who believe. God, we just pray for a heart transplant. We pray for a heart for Timothy, God, that you will bless him with this, and you'll bless him with new life. We pray for this in Jesus' name. Amen. And so So Timothy's written these in 2024. So we'll just start reading through them. And I guess as we start going through them, things will become clearer. I have zipped through most of them. I think some of them I've read, like the first one I've definitely read. The second one I went through. Now, all of them I've listened to in audio. That's one of the things I remember recently. I had the Van Cleeks on, and I was talking to Peter Van Cleek Sr., and I said that I'd read half of his book, but what I actually meant was I'd put his book into an audio and I was listening to it, but I'd actually read the first chapter. So sometimes it's hard when you're talking about audio and talking about reading. So I'd said I'd read half of his book, but then when it came to the interview, I'd said I'd read the first chapter, and I thought, oh, he's probably thinking it's a contradiction there. But what I actually said was it's hard to, sometimes with study material, it's hard to listen to because you've just got, a whole cluster of information which can just come out as gibberish in audio. But when you're reading through it, it's fine. And so that's one of the things with going through audio and going through different technologies. And so let's read this through together. So here we have the title, Textual Oddities of the Textus Receptus Tradition in 1 John, Part 1, Printing Oddities within the TR Tradition. And the small text that I did get from Timothy this morning, he said there was a 5th article coming up. And so he gave me a link to Twitter for that. So I probably won't get onto that today. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. And I'm not sure how fast I'm going to get through this because sometimes you can zip through something like this and it'll take, take an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever. Sometimes you can go down a rabbit trail that will take 2 or 3 videos. So I'm just going to take it easy with this. I'm just going to go through and look at exactly what he's trying to say, look at the information that he's given, and we're going to examine it and see whatever's true, whatever's false, whatever's just neutral. We are going to examine this material. In textual discussions, the text of the Textus Receptus TR is notorious for its inclusion of a Comma or the Johannine comma of 1 John 5:7-8. In fact, when one thinks of the TR and 1 John, this is primarily, if not exclusively, the text critical passage that is discussed. However, the TR poses several strange oddities in all John's first epistle. So I'll just say first off that I do notice these type of words throughout these articles, where it's sort of like strange, odd, yet weird sort of concepts. I guess coming from a Textus Receptus position, having the Textus Receptus examined and looked at and compared, and obviously there are different ways to define Textus Receptus. When I say the King James is based on the Textus Receptus, the underlying Greek text of the King James is the Textus Receptus that I go with. Now, that is very close to the text of Theodore Beza's 1598. If someone was to go to Erasmus's Textus Receptus, well, that could mean there's differences, and so I've got no problem with the label Textus Receptus, but it's how it's used, and sometimes that type of vague generalization can cause issues, but also cause people who are trying to demonize the Textus Receptus and the King James to use it in certain ways. So people will say, like say, for example, we were looking at the New King James, the issue of it departing from the Textus Receptus in 1 John chapter 3, verse 16. Now, this gets covered in these articles, which will be interesting. But like Dwayne Green, when he was going through that, he said, well, the 1550 Textus Receptus doesn't have it. So there you go, sort of thing. And it's like, well, no, most people go with the underlying text of the King James. And so whether that's, whether people are gravitating towards Scrivener's edition, which is 250 years after the fact, or they're just looking at the King James and understanding the underlying text there, or looking at Beza's 1598. All of those have the reading in 1 John 3:16, the love of God. And so I think sometimes what can happen, it's a bit like using a broad term like iPhone. Okay. Obviously, if I was to say, hey, the iPhone this and the iPhone that, I'm probably talking about the latest edition, or at least the last 2 or 3 editions. I'm not talking about the first one that came out. I'm not talking about, ones that came out with hardly any type of technology that we have today on our phones. And so I think it's disingenuous sometimes that people do that. And so say the example with Dwayne Green, no offense to Dwayne, but I just sort of felt this when I was watching the program on that, because I've been quite vocal about 1 John 3:16. The issue is that the King James translators said that they were going to follow Scrivener, and they didn't there. Then they call themselves a New King James translation committee, which is obviously a new edition of the old King James. So the King James there has the reading, it has it not in italics. The italics were put in later by Blaney, reflecting an earlier Textus Receptus, edition of the 1550. And I think it was maybe Beza's first 2 editions, which were basically just Scrivener's, Stephanus's with a different haircut. Sometimes I say Stephanus and Scrivener, I get them mixed up a little bit. But at the end of the day, it is a clear error in the New King James, and they don't even have a footnote showing that they departed from that. And so that's one of the issues that we've brought up. Now, to just say, well, a Textus Receptus edition back there somewhere didn't have it either, so that's fine then. I think that's disingenuous. I don't think that that's what it does. It makes the New King James translators exempt there, where they clearly said they were going to follow the King James and the text of Scrivener. And so they should follow that. If they don't, they should have a footnote there. Now, there are many places where they do depart from the Textus Receptus. One other thing on that show, I think Dwayne went through my website and said, oh, there's only like 11 places where they depart from the Textus Receptus. That's not a comprehensive list at all. I only really started that list of departures from the Textus Receptus probably about like 3 or 4 years ago. And it was just every now and then I'd come across one and I'd put it in my list. And I've come across dozens of different things, but I just don't have time to put them in my website, because that takes, half an hour of my time to put it in there and make it all pretty and all the rest of it. And so I've found many places where the New King James departs from the Textus Receptus, and I haven't got them listed there. And sometimes they're listed in other parts of my website. But I think because I put so much information in the New King James section of my website, a lot of people feel like, well, it should be comprehensive. It should be, have all the departures, and so I just felt like Dwayne counting them and going, see, there's only 11. It's like, no, that's only just, part-time, throwing a few things here and there. Going through examining word by word, I estimated, I think it was the number, I think it was 1,500 or something, because Dwayne and myself were both examining the King James Bible Research Council video that was brought out, and we were sort of critiquing some of the numbers that were there. And I think the number was like 1,500 departures from the Textus Receptus, and I was like, man, maybe 150. That's what I said in my video. Maybe, like I've got 11 on my site so far. But I would say that if I went through, I would probably find, and I only could conclude that it became that number if they included every type of conjunction, because, sometimes in the Old King James, it would have, the church of Ephesus and Thyatira and Pergamos, and it would have, 7 more ands there than, say, the New King James. The New King James would just have, Laodicea, Thyatira, Ephesus. It would just have commas there, and then the last one would have the conjunction, and so that would play into just modern English grammar rules. And so if you saw that as a departure, well, you're sort of splitting hairs there. But that was the only way that I could think that you could get up to that type of number. But anyway, we'll continue to go through all that sort of information. But one of the reasons why I've just brought the issue up of people critiquing the Textus Receptus, at least we've got something to critique. The critical text was not around in the Reformation period. Now, Codex Vaticanus basically sat on the shelf. Erasmus looked at it. A few other people got curious about it, but it did not become part of the printed textual tradition. And so really, they don't have a horse in the race here. So it's one thing to be an armchair critic and look at, like, if I'm going to go and play a game of football, whatever it is in your country, rugby or soccer or whatever. If I'm going to go and play a game and then people critique me who have never played the game, you've got to sort of go, well, why don't you come and play the game? Then you can truly critique it. This is one of the things with the critical text. They don't have a horse in this race. They didn't have a horse in this race until Ruckman, really. And so, and if we were to go through and critique all the editions, Ruckman, and go through, Tregelles and Tischendorf and the Nestle editions and all the rest of it, there's lots and lots of differences, And so I sort of feel sometimes, even in comparing Textus Receptus editions, I'm all for that. I'm all for study. This is how I study. When I go through and people are saying there's an error in the King James or there's a mistake or an addition in the Textus Receptus, this is how I would study. I would go through, look at all the Textus Receptus editions, look at the annotations, look at the Latin, look at everything, and then work out, what happened there, because sometimes things are brought in by reasoning, things are brought in by textual understanding, textual evidence. And so, but I think the issue is here we have, words like, several strange oddities. One thing that just comes to mind, being a Textus Receptus advocate, is, well, at least we've got a horse in the race. At least all the horses in the race are on our side, that none of them are critical text. And so I just thought I'd bring that up. So oddities within its own tradition of development, as well as generally strange textual readings among all the manuscript traditions of the New Testament. In this first article, I would like to present strange or odd developments within the TR tradition. In a second article, I plan to present odd and even problematic TR readings. Okay, so we're going to go through all those. As revolutionary as movable typesetting printing press was, in the beginning of the printed editions of the Greek New Testament, GNT, it was not without its flaws. A number of such printer errors appear in the various editions of the TR, or what I call the TR tradition. These few examples might give pause to some who want to rest a great deal of weight upon preservation within the TR tradition due to the correspondent historical development of the printing press. I guess the thing is, you can have really, really bad TR print errors, all the rest of it, all the way up until the text of Beza, the 1598 sort of thing. And they can all be bad. Like you can have, 10 really bad iPhone updates, but then the 11th one's fine. They worked all those things out. And so I think sometimes, I guess I'm going through and there's a bit of a reactionary spirit in me because of, people like Mark Ward making much ado about different Texti Recepti editions and all this sort of stuff, and trying to pit TR editions against themselves, against each other, and using the term Textus Receptus 1 minute to talk about the underlying text of the King James, the next minute to talk about 100 years of textual tradition, and then to talk about Scriveners as a back translation and all this type of thing. And so there is a lot of sort of bait and switch when it comes to this. People will say, hey, I follow the Textus Receptus. And it's like, oh, what about Erasmus's third edition? And it's like, well, I'm actually talking about the Textus Receptus underlying the King James. And so just because something is labeled and called the same name doesn't mean that they have to be Siamese twins sort of thing. They're not identical. And we understand that as they went through time, I mean, it's got to be understood that printing it only really, especially for the Greek text, it only just really had started just before Erasmus. Erasmus was working with Aulus Manutius in his scriptorium, and he was his proofreader for 9 months in Venice. And they were the first ones to print lots and lots of works, Greek classics, ancient Greek writings. And so when it comes to the Bible, Erasmus, he was one of the main guys who first did this. And so, of course, there's going to be a few little things here and there. Now, he did 5 editions. Then Stephanus come along and he did his 4 editions. Then Beza did 5 more editions. There were a few little ones in between. Wolfgafallus, 1524. Colonaeus, 1534. Cessa, 1538. Just trying to remember who else. And there's also the Complutensian Polyglot, and that was reprinted in the Plantin of 1574, I think it was. But the ultimate Textus Receptus that I go with, and most people that I know and associate with, we go with the underlying Greek text of the King James Version. So just so you know where we're at. Okay, so I'll catch up with some of the comments first, and then we'll keep reading. So we've got quite a few comments. Stephen Hayes. Wow, finally able to catch you live for once in a long while. Yeah, it has been a while. And I guess, too, I've been doing more so interviews with people. And so it's been probably about 3 weeks since I feel like I've done a proper sit down by myself, do a video. And so I'm glad to be doing this. Get Gnomed is in the house. Someone should put Erasmus's 5th edition on the internet in Unicode format, if I'm using that word right. Yeah, I would hope that all the Textus Receptus editions get put into a modern typeset format on the internet. So Mike is in the house. A house divided will fall. So the 3 have to act like they're divided and the father is overall in charge. Okay, so it looks like Mike is anti-Trinitarian. So I might skip over some of those comments unless I see something interesting. The Trinity was forced at the Council of Nicaea. It's not true. People, that's just so ignorant. If you look at early church writings, Arians are debating with people about the Trinity, and they just haven't sort of settled it. And when I'm saying they, it's just those churches of that particular time. I mean, look at Athanasius against the world. What was he against? He was against the Arianism. So anyway, I don't want to get too involved with this. So I might have to just stop this because it's not really to do with what we're talking about here. So I will put the user in timeout, and there we go. Born again Christian is in the house. And okay, so there we go. So typesetter errors. With any book's printing process, printing errors are bound to occur. That is because the human element is still very present. When it comes to the movable typesetting and printer's errors of the Textus Receptus tradition, 2 examples from 1 John will suffice. I will also throw in one more comical, albeit inconsequential, one from 3 John. Theodore Beza's Major Folio edition of 1582. This is his second Major Folio edition of a Greek New Testament. His first being in 1565, struggled a bit. I'm not sure why it would say struggled a bit. So Theodore Beza's edition struggled a bit. Okay, so he's talking about the printing issues. His first printer, Henry Stephanus, the son of the printer publisher of the prior Textus Receptus tradition editions, Robert Stephanus, who published Beza's first 3 major folio Greek New Testament editions, 1565, 1582, and 1588, was well regarded and trusted. However, Beza's more widely used 1598 edition was taken over by a printer named Vignon. We will see that both printers made errors. The first typesetter error is found in Beza's 1582 edition at 1 John 2:17. The error can be spotted if we compare it to his earlier 1565 edition. The 1558 edition has a page break at this verse, so it's more difficult to notice. And that's what I find sometimes. You'll have a verse and you'll have to put 2 or 3 photos of the verse, because it can be on one page and then it's on another page, and this can cause problems. And I guess back in those days, when you're looking at Greek letters and everything was backwards, it's all in Greek. There's a lot of work going into this. I think sometimes we don't fully grasp how difficult this process was. Okay, so here we have the Theo, and so you can see this one here that looks like a bit of a crab with his hands up. That is actually a Omicron and an Upsilon, so it's Theo here. Here it is in a latter edition, or actually earlier edition, Theta Epsilon, Omicron, and Upsilon. So it does seem like that Theo ended up here. Which is interesting. And it looks like it just sort of, this is definitely a printing issue. So this word for God ended up just being at the beginning instead of being at the end. And, these guys were using, they would sit there with a mirror. They would put all the typesetting in. It was a very difficult process. And so I can understand someone making that type of error. But we also see the end of this word, which is Mia here, ends up down the bottom of this edition. So yeah, it's quite an interesting blunder here. So, but someone's noticed it and they've put a line around that. So it's just a bit of a homoieteiton, similar endings, or this would be homoiacton, similar beginnings. But it's actually not similar beginnings or endings. These are just typesetting issues, which they basically just messed up which one should go where. Okay, so not a huge issue, just a typesetting issue. The former owner of this 1582 copy, now preserved digitally, clearly recognized and marked the error with the backward serpentine S symbol. The nonsensical reading is one way we know this to be a typesetter's error. What has happened in the 1582 edition is the first line of verse 17, so I can't show both at once, ends with the word break epithu. However, instead of finishing the word by starting the second line with Mia, as in the 1565 edition, thus completing the word epithumia, this next line of the 1582 edition has theou. This word should not appear until the start of the third line. In other words, the printer vertically transposed the first word of the second line with the first word of the third line. Horizontal transpositions are quite common in handwritten manuscripts where the word order is changed. This occurs even within the TR tradition, as 1 John 1:5 reads, ute estin or estin ute. However, vertical transpositions are almost uniquely a phenomenon of printing errors. Such is the case with Beza's folio of 1582 at 1 John 2:17. Okay, so it says here, sadly, this is not the only printer error in 1582 edition of Beza. At 1 John 5:9, there is a ditography, a repeating of letters, words, or phrases previously written, in this case printed. The text of Beza's 1582 edition reads as follows compared with the standard Scrivener 1881 edition of a TR. So it looks like it has a full line there, printed again. So compared with the Scrivener's TR, which has fixed this issue up. I guess one thing is, I would expect this. To me, this is just like going through manuscripts and seeing a variant. It's like, well, try copying out, John chapter 1 in Greek. You get down to like the 40th verse and you're tired and you make some mistakes. That's just normal. And so I think with the printers that they were humans. And one thing too, this, as it's mentioned, Henry Stephanus, and so he had done his own Textus Receptus editions as well. But his father was famous for his 4 editions, but Henry went on to print his own TR editions. But then we're looking at a guy called Vignon who has printed Beza's. So I guess it's just a matter of having, a decent printer. Now, when you look at the scope of these editions, they're so complicated and so complex that, like, I take my hat off to these guys that these type of errors aren't in every verse. And when you try and read through these, understanding that you've got this type of ligature here. Ligatures are an amazing thing. Like, I do have, if you go to my Textus Receptus page and go to books, like I said, that wasn't a good move. If you go to my main page, then go to books, you can go down. There is a book down the bottom here, ligatures in early printed Greek. Now I'll crack this open just so you can have a look. This is a really interesting one. If you're reading through Beza or Stephanus or whoever, it's really important to go through and understand some of these ligatures, because it's actually down the bottom of the document. It has them all sort of printed out. So sometimes like I'm looking at them laughing, because I've gone through some of Beza's stuff and I see something like this and I'm like, what on earth, And you see people have printed it out in a certain way and you're like, how did you get that? So let's just look at the and, okay, or the definite article. So that's what I was showing you before. The two can look like this, and in the same sentence, it can have those three. That's the thing. A TRO, it's like, looks like this. It's wild. And ligatures are quite amazing. Look at this. It looks like a bat out of hell, and sometimes too, in the older manuscripts, like look at this, it looks like a swastika. In the older manuscripts, you can have, the sigma being like a capital C. So sometimes you're going through older manuscripts and you're like, you almost have to learn the alphabet again. But then you have to understand these ligatures. Like, look at this. So I'll go to the K and look at the os. So you usually see that, viv los in Matthew 1 there. Let's just check out the K. Look at this. Look at how many different Ks there are. And so, you're really happy when you see this one in a manuscript, but then, you see something like this and you're like, is that a copyright symbol? What is that? And this is in printed Greek. So that's one of the things too, understanding that the early printers, they use this type of stuff as well. So if you're going through Beza's, you're going through Stephanus's material, you have to know this type of thing. I'll leave that open. And so obviously you can see this type of ligature. Now, let's just try this just for an example. So this looks like a W or even like an omega, doesn't it? But it's actually a P, which is quite interesting. So let's go down to P. We'll find the exact one because I've gone through these enough to know that they've covered every base. There are quite a few of these documents around, and I do recommend that well, actually, I think I've got this one. Yeah, a Greek New Testament virtual keyboard. So you've got a keyboard here with a whole bunch of stuff on it, which is very helpful. If you're going through typing in Greek, you need it for a project or whatever. It's a great little keyboard to have. But yeah, so here we have the P or the pi or however you want to pronounce it, but it does look like a W, doesn't it? And it looks like an omicron. Sorry, it looks like an omega, I should say. And what were we looking for? So we're looking for this one here. So you can tell like a PRA or a P rho alpha. You can see that is those letters there, but it has something else over the top of it. Which is interesting. So yeah, you can see, and this is in their typesetting. So they had this as a letter. They had this ligature. When you're looking at the PRA, they went to the shelf and got this off the shelf. It's quite amazing. So anyway, I'll just continue through, but yeah, very interesting. Very interesting stuff. I'll catch up with some of these comments. So, TurretinFan's in the house. Good morning to you, Nick. Good evening to everyone else. Good to see you, TurretinFan. Yes, so I'm a little bit ahead in time. So I can prophesy to you what your day is going to be like because I'm ahead in time. No. Okay, so they're just chatting about some of the recent debates that have happened. So I'll continue on here. So yeah, that's an interesting thing. And I remember the author of the King James KJV Today website, which is a really good website to go to. Now, when Beza's edition, when we first found a downloadable PDF of his edition, we were sharing it all around the place. And he was showing me in Revelation, I think it's Revelation 21, where it has God, has Theos, and it's omitted there. Now, what I'll do a little bit later, I'll show you how to, like, say, for example, this is actually a really good example to show this, okay? So 1 John 5:9, because some people would think, well, what do you do here? You've got this whole extra line in the 1582, 1 John 5:9. Maybe someone translated that or something like that, and you would think that first off in your mind. But the more you become familiar with this issue, you realize that that's almost impossible. So what I'll do, I'll go to my website. Let's look at the 1582 edition here. We'll load it up. Okay, it doesn't have contents. Usually they've got contents. I'll just go to page, and then we'll sort of obviously go to the back of the book. Say about here, we'll see if we're at 1 John. Okay, we're in an index, so we'll go back a little bit. Okay, Apocalypsis. We're getting there. Okay, we're in John somewhere. Maybe it's still in, okay, chapter 2 of John. See what the next page is. Still in Apocalypsis. So let's just jump back a few more pages. And this is what you have to do when you don't have an index. We're in Jude. Okay, jump back a few more pages. Okay. 2 John, ho presbyteros electae curia, kaitos technos optus. There is 1 John. We want to go back a few more pages. Okay, chapter 4, 1 John 5:7. Ooh, better not talk about that. Don't want a rabbit trail down there. Okay, so chapter 4. Now, where were we? We were in chapter 2 or something, weren't we? No, 5:9. I was actually already there, so that's cool. That's cool. Okay, so let's go back. Yes, and so very good catch. So you can see here, this is the issue. There's a whole extra line put in, and you can see that here. Now let's have a look in real time on that same manuscript. You can see that line is repeated there. So I guess one of the things is there's so much information in this area alone. Like, look at the comments that Beza has when it starts getting to verse 7. And so there's just a lot of information. So, and that's one of the things that we've got to be careful of. Sometimes we can focus in so much on one verse. Like, I remember when I was going through the King James Version 2023 edition, I was making sure in John chapter 3, where it says, verily, verily, I say unto thee, and I was making sure that it was, there was plural, there was singular. And so verse 7, where it says, marvel not that I say unto thee, singular, ye, plural, must be born again. So I have marvel not, marvel not that I say unto you, you all must be born again. So putting the plural aspect on that. But someone pointed out that that type of thing was repeated in verse 11 as well of that same chapter. So I had to, like, sometimes you're so focused on one thing, you can actually miss things that are around it. And so, and even say with the issue of the comma, sometimes we can be so focused on the comma that we actually forget verse 6 and just studying it and thinking about it and looking at it and all the rest of it. And I think that's what's happened here. This is, you know, quite a controversial passage. So there's a lot of footnotes. There's a lot of issues happening down here. And what's happened is they've just put in a whole line. And it's interesting. It looks like it's exactly the same typesetting. Very interesting. And so, but the reason that I've actually brought this page up is to show you, this is Beza's 1598. So he has, he has his Greek here. Now he's obviously got a typo here. So that's not his fault. The printers have made this error, but how can you be sure that this didn't end up in the King James, you know, sort of thing? Well, thankfully he did his own Latin translation. So the King James translators, fluent in Latin, they could just read through this and go, oh, there's a typo here. And they could also just read through the Latin Vulgate. So basically, when you read through his sections, I might just go to the next page so we can look at how it's labeled, because usually it is labeled. Oh, it's not. Okay, that's fine. It must be it's an earlier edition. Well, this is his 1582. Okay, so, but this is his Greek. This is his translation of the Greek, and this is the Latin Vulgate for comparison. So there's certain ways that you can look at whether there's a typo in this Greek. One is by knowing Latin fluently. So the King James translators, they all would have known Greek and Latin. That would have been their bog standard languages. And so if they're reading through and they want to know if God is really in there or if it's a typo, oh, you can see it's translated as God here. You can see, oh, the Vulgate had it there. But also, if we go down to verse 5, or it doesn't have verse 5 here, but it's got verse 6, sometimes things are repeated in Latin and in Greek in the footnotes. And so, say, for example, we're looking at verse 6 here, where it has the 3 little dots in the Latin there and there. Say here in verse 7, there's 3 sections of that. That's where these things are discussed down here. So if we look at, we'll say verse 6, you can check the Latin, you can check the Greek, and then of course he's talking about these things. So that way you can, once you've gone through that, you can go, oh, hang on, no, that's an error there or whatever. And so here in verse 9, there is a little note here. There is the 3 little dots. Let's go down and check those out. So here we have verse 9. And so you can read through that and double check some of those words there in the Latin and in the Greek. So that's one of the ways that you can check through. Obviously, you can check through his later editions or his earlier editions. But in the Textus Receptus that Beza did, you can check the Greek. You can also check his Latin, and you can check the Vulgate and also the annotations. So it does help, because some, I'd say the one that the author of the King James KJV Today website pointed out to me, the Theo in Revelation, when we looked at it, we could see it was missing in the Greek, but then it was translated in the Latin, it was in the Vulgate, and it was mentioned in the notes down the bottom. So it was like, well, obviously they've just left that out. It's a typo. So where was I going with that? Oh, one other thing I wanted to point out was look at here in verse 6. It has in the Latin nempe is in italic there, which is quite interesting because Beza, he used italics in his Latin, just like the King James would. Sometimes I've noticed that these are identical. I might go to 1 John 5, 1 John 5, 16, 11. And we'll just see in verse 6 if there is an italic there. It doesn't look like there is an italic there. Okay, verse 6. This is he who came by water and blood, Jesus Christ, not by water only. Okay, so I can't see an italic, but apparently that is needed in the Latin there, the nempe. Okay. Anyway, I'll move that to the side. We can see why Timothy Decker has brought that up, and that's a very good point. So even an untrained eye can see the final line of the 1582 edition was accidentally repeated. Now, I am not yet completely convinced that this was a typesetter's error for two reasons. It would seem more likely to be the fault of the printer if the words repeated were lined up, whereas here they're not. Secondly, the ligatures are different. Okay, so he's pointing out that there is a difference in some of the typesetting. Okay. I thought that they were the same. Now, he doesn't mention which ones they are. I should really look at that. Compare the ending of the word "weo," which is son. Oh, yeah, it is different. There must have been some sort of convention in these Greek printed editions, where, like I pointed out, how many Ks there are, and different Ks. Sometimes in the same verse, you'll have 3 or 4 different ways to put it. There must have been a convention to have it firstly in a certain way, then secondly in a certain way, because or else, which one would you use? Just anyone, sort of willy-nilly sort of thing. So perhaps they've made the mistake of putting this line in there. Then someone's gone, actually, this here is repeated, or the first way that you put it in is like that. So the second way has to sort of be like this. That's just a guess, that's just a guess of why they would put the sun there, the weo, in that way. Everything else seems to be identical, completely identical, which is interesting. And also, it would be interesting to look at the other editions, whether they have the Omicron Upsilon type of ligature there, or whether they have this one. Because I guess, say the 1582 edition, some of these guys could have kept plates, and just so they didn't have to change it each time. They've kept their plates and they're moving through the type in a certain way. Anyway, I guess I'm just guessing. I'm just looking at things, and that's a very interesting point to point out. Anyway, so I'll keep moving on with this, but I wouldn't suggest that it is something that is wasn't recognized as an error. Obviously, with a translation next to it, this type of thing would have been easily seen as an error. It's a bit like having a commentary, or we have a parallel Bible. You can clearly see if there's something doubled up. It could be that the printer was simply following what Beza was instructing and produced a line again with different ligature type. However, the most likely explanation for this ditography is that the printer, not realizing he came to the end of the sentence, repeated the final phrase, starting with the word metaturunque, and there is no manuscript evidence to support such a reading. This best fits the category of ditography made by a printer. Yeah, and I would agree with that. This is just a printer error. And I guess, too, because let's just have a look and see if they actually did repeat this down in the annotations. So we do have the Nahoc S testimonium. Let's check out verse 6 down here. Oh, it's verse 8, isn't it? Is it verse 8? Verse 9. Turned Maturion. Yeah, and that's the testimonium. Here we are. Yeah, there's the one. So perhaps they wanted this. They wanted the Greek down here because you've got different letters. You've got smaller letters. So perhaps someone said, hey, you know, we need that again down the bottom here. And they've gone to put that again, but they've gotten the bigger letters and just put it in the sentence. You know, for whatever reason, I guess, you know, some people, they've worked all this out to a science, you know, trying to get into the mindset of a printer. It must have been hard in those days for someone like Beza, because, you know, he's probably paying good money to this guy and he's made this type of error. And, you know, look, that's understandable. I can understand someone making that type of error. But, you know, when you're paying top dollar for someone to not make that type of error, it could have been very frustrating. Okay, so these errors, however, were not limited to Beza's 1582 edition. The 1598 edition, which would be used by the KJV translators, also has some non-consequential printing errors. One that may be a bit humorous is in 3 John 1:11. Oh, yeah, that is funny. It has a lambda upside down. So instead of having Allah, which means but, it has it's totally been put in upside down. So I guess it just shows you, like, imagine getting a printer, but even like the Theon here it looks rough, and yeah, imagine getting a printer and they've got a few pimply faced, you know, guys in the background that are apprentices. And you're like, are these guys going to do a good job? Or, you know, and that he's making all these promises. But then you see something like that and you're like, oh, man, you know. So, yeah, that's a really interesting point. So Beza's new printer, Vignon, has a word error at Allah, in which the first lambda is inverted. The meaning has not changed, but the print is somewhat humorous. Beza's minor octavo editions did not fare much better. At 1 John 3:1, his first two octavo editions, the 1565 and 1567, read both Oti uk eg nu ofdon, because the world, did not know him. Okay. However, in the 1580 and 1590 octavo editions, the printer created a nonsensical reading by a slight alteration of one letter, rendering it Oti ek egnu ofdon. And so instead of uk, it has ek. So uk meaning it's just like the strongest negative. Ek meaning coming out of, like ecclesia. So that is here we can see the error here. Yeah, instead of the uk reading here, we see it's an ek reading here. I say one letter because the earlier editions use a ligature that combined the Omicron and Upsilon, looking something like a vertical fish, or of the negation uk, and turned it into an epsilon, thus making the preposition ek, which is nonsensical and grammatically incorrect. However, the final octavo edition of 1604 reverted back to the correct spelling. Okay, so the 1604, they corrected it. So that, he's talking about this here. So that's basically, it's got the Omicron here and the Upsilon on top of it. So it sort of looks like an O with horns sort of thing. And that was the Omicron Upsilon, so the U sound. So that would be uk. The printers seem to have thought that this was an epsilon. They've made it into an ek by mistake, but it's been corrected later on. This seems to be localized to this verse, and these editions, for even the 1580 and 1590 octavo editions, have printed the correct spelling of uk at 1 John 3:5 and 3:10. This is just a printing error at this one place, and in these editions, as innovative as movable type printed editions were, they did not remove the human error in reproduction. However, they greatly reduced it. Of the printing errors here listed, more could be added from other books of the New Testament and other editions of the Textus Receptus tradition. However, for the sake of space, we press on. Okay, so yeah, there's probably no need for me to go to that example because he already has it here printed out. So repeated and multiplying errors. There is another unique error that I have yet to determine the cause. It is inconsequential in terms of meaning. Even most in the field of textual criticism would not give it a second thought, but I am comparing printed editions of the TR edition. It is a rather strange phenomenon. But as I am comparing printed editions of the TR tradition, it is a rather strange phenomenon. In this case, it has to do with the third person personal pronoun in Greek, often used in the Johannine epistles, and the accenting with the breathing marks. They look like apostrophes over the letters. So you have the rough breathing and the smooth breathing. To determine this error, compare 1 John 2:10 in Erasmus's second edition in his 1519. Okay, so we're looking at the ufdo. And here we have the ligature, and that was the one that I was showing you. That looks like a bat out of hell, I think I said. Yeah, I'll see if I can find that on the side there. I need a sip of my coffee. Or what I'll do, he'll probably explain it here, so I'll just read through this. There are two examples of the Greek personal pronoun in 1 John 2:10. The first in the picture above is the first word on the second line, reading aftu. Okay, so there we go. And the second is the first word of the third line, reading ofdo. So yes, or is it? Or is it just a ligature? Interesting. Or perhaps it is. So that's where I have to find that ligature. So yeah, I may as well show you what I'm looking at. I'm scrolling through this. Here we have it. So yes, it is the tau with the omega with the dative underneath it. So when you said little dot, that's the dative. The dative is just like an iota subscript. It's just like having an iota, but they're like, where do we put it? So they put it underneath it. And that usually points to the dative form. So, okay, so that's interesting. So you have, we'll just keep reading through. Though it is ever so slight, the difference between these words is a breathing mark over the alpha upsilon. Okay, so the breathing mark here over the alpha, alpha upsilon. that looks like an apostrophe. So here you have the alpha, upsilon, so you've got a breathing mark here. In the first instance, the mark is turned right, whereas the second, it is turned left. In this form of the printed Greek known as minuscule, the rightward turned breathing mark gives the H sound pronunciation, whereas its leftward turn is to render no H sound. Therefore, Erasmus displays the first pronoun of 1 John 2:10 as hutu, where the second as otu. So in like a modern Greek, it would be haftu. The second would be aftu or afto. The error here lies in the fact that as my Greek students learn, the Greek third person plural pronoun is to have a smooth or leftward turning breathing mark. The text should be afto as it was in his first edition. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like the breathing mark, that is Erasmus's first edition. So here's his second edition, and it's turned the other way. And I think the thing is too, there was, when I'm going through TR editions on my website, now I'll quickly show you. Sometimes this is the case. We're going through TR editions, and because I'm putting in a whole bunch of TR editions into my website, at times you just see from one edition to the next, they're just swapping around these breathing marks. So maybe I can go to somewhere where I've done a bit of work. Matthew 1:1 is probably the best place to go. I'm not sure what sort of breathing marks would be there. But let's have a look. Okay, Matthew 1:1. We'll go down to Textus Receptus. Yeah, we're not really looking at breathing marks there. Maybe verse 2, when we start to get into the names. Abraham. Resource limit is reached. So yeah, that's the problem with running such a massive website. And it will usually, I press refresh a couple of times and it comes up, but it's not playing the game there. Oh yeah, I guess we can look at Abraham. It is in this verse. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so let's have a look. Yeah, it's got the name Jesus there, with the breathing mark. Yeah, so here we can see Erasmus's fifth has the breathing mark of Yesu here, and it's inverted from the others. So I'll just see if I can find his fifth edition, 2235. Here we go. Hopefully this opens up for me. He's going that way. And that is how I have it. Oops, no. Up here. That's my wrong. It actually is correct. Yeah, like Abraham there. I'm pretty sure that is different to every other Abraham that I've seen. So say, oh no, Stephanus has it that way. Yeah, you can see the little breathing mark there. So anyway, I'm just going through, just trying to check. But oftentimes I'll be going through some of these names. You can see above the alpha there with Abraham, it has the breathing mark, which is why we don't say Abraham, we say Abraham. So sometimes this can affect like Scrivener felt that Ossian was should be Hosian in the Greek, and so he actually amended a breathing mark. It's one of his 190 differences between his Textus Receptus and Beza's, according to the King James. But yeah, so anyway, but maybe I can go through some of these manuscripts. I might make this bigger. Let's make this nice and big. Okay. Okay, here we go. And what I'll do is I will grab this copy find. So it comes up. Okay. Yeah, so it's interesting. So you can see that if someone was to copy the text of Erasmus that I've got there and say, well, Nick's done the work on that in his 5th edition, clearly the name Jesus, it has the breathing mark is inverted, but it's actually my fault because as you can see, it is the other way around. So, and that's where you've got to go to the source documents. You can't just rely. I've sat there for ages going through this, making sure it matches up, and I've done it wrong. And so, obviously, this is hard work to do. Anyway, let's continue. So therefore, there is an inexplicable occasion for a rough breather at 1 John 2:10 in Erasmus's 2nd edition, and it continued to appear this way in his 3rd, 4th, and 5th editions. Okay, so he has the rough breathing there, like here it is in his 5th edition, where obviously it's the other way in his 1st edition. However, this kind of treatment of the breathing mark to the 3rd person personal pronoun is not unique to Erasmus. Indeed, it not only continued in his latter editions, but it became far more frequent among others in the TR tradition. So much so that by the time of Stephanus and Beza's editions, I began to expect it in my transcriptions. Yeah, it's interesting. When you go through, you do see the breathing marks swap over from edition to edition. So whether that is the printers, but thankfully, like Beza, in all his editions, he has his Latin translation next to it. And so you would see, like maybe I can look at even here, we might be able to see where there is a breathing mark that affects something. So you got ho, pater, ho, logos. I'm just looking for maybe a name, but you probably wouldn't find one here in this section. Oh yeah, Hagion. But that's just Sanctus. So yeah, anyway, it's not really going to work. So yeah, the 1550 has this one going this way. The 1598 has it going that way. In Elzevir's, it has it going that way. So it's not only at 1 John 2:10 either. After Erasmus's 2nd edition, this error was repeated and multiplied greatly in other places throughout 1 John. So I'm pretty sure that after looking at these issues for quite a while, in some of the latter articles, this type of thing is sort of mentioned as like, well, there wasn't really a standard. They were sort of creating a standard. So I guess, sometimes, like say, Dan Wallace will say, sometimes John could be spelt 3 or 4 different ways in the same chapter in some manuscripts. And so it's just that type of thing. So whether this is print error or whether it's just there's not much of a uniformity with these, because I guess then you'd have to look at the manuscripts, which is probably one of the reasons why I went to Matthew 1:1 here, because I did want to look at some of these manuscripts. Let's go down here. Okay, so yeah, some of them have Abraham with a another accent mark here. Abraham. I think I've got it too big. Let's go down. Let's scale down a little bit, or else we can't understand the context of what's going on. Okay, so this is just where I have a lot of manuscripts of Matthew 1. And as you can see, the Abraham, some of them don't have any accents. But yeah, most of them do. Some of them have extra ones. These are obviously printed editions, these latter ones. But they seem to be in uniformity with Abraham. I can't see anyone that goes the other way. Except for that one where I made an error in Erasmus's one. So that's interesting. Okay, but let's just continue on. For instance, the Beza 1565 edition, his first folio edition, contained 6 of these breathing mark errors throughout 1 John. His next folio edition of 1580 had increased to 15. Finally, the Elzevirs in 1633, the one known for first ascribing the term Textus Receptus, printed edition contained 19 instances of these breathing mark oddities. It was so pervasive throughout 1 John that I started wondering if there was a particular rhyme or reason, or perhaps some phonetical rule of which I was unaware. So far, I've been unable to determine why these printed editions would follow such a strange breathing pattern for the personal pronoun. And I guess when you have, like, beside the Textus Receptus sort of bias, you know, I understand that some of these guys like Timothy here, he's probably, you know, a bit against the TR and he's sort of trying to promote the critical text and stuff like that. But besides those type of biases, you've got to think too that these are all separate scholars. So you've got Erasmus doing his work, but then you've got Stephanus doing his work, and then Beza doing his work. So some of these guys are linked, but some of them aren't. And when you see something like that everywhere, you've got to think, well, it's not just they're all just making mistakes. There's probably some other issue at work here. Because, I mean, you're talking about legendary experts in Greek. Not just like, yeah, myself going through and just fudging through, you know, trying to work out whether it's a smooth or rough breathing. It's like, yeah, these guys, they spoke these languages fluently, like Erasmus, you know, being Aldus, even just working with Aldus Manutius, you would have to at least be fluent in Greek to do that. He was his proofreader for 9 months. And so that type of job would require you to be one of the best in the world. And Erasmus was. He was. And so for him to make these things, it's either, as this article says in the title, these are print oddities. Or I think later on in some of these articles, if I can remember properly, because I went through them in audio, and as you can tell, some of these things are hard to listen to. There's just so much information just in one little chunk. I'm pretty sure he does mention that this, someone mentioned about this, how there wasn't much uniformity, but we'll keep going through these articles and we'll look at that. Okay. So on the other hand, the Oxford 1873 TR, as well as Scrivener's updated 1881 edition, reverted to the normalized smooth breathers for these instances. So I would say that Scrivener, like these guys had, there were certain rules that you would follow by the time you get to Scrivener, a bit like with English. And that's why sometimes you got to think that this is pretty much around the time of Tyndale doing his stuff, around the time of Erasmus. And then you're looking at the Great Bible, the Bishop's Bible, Geneva, and you see all sorts of English oddities as well. And so I guess in the Greek, it does seem like it should be more concrete, but I guess we've got to be like, we've got to put ourselves in the shoes of those guys and say, okay, so why was this happening? But yeah, really interesting material. Even Scrivener's 1860 rendering of the 1550 edition of Stephanus makes the correction, whereas Stephanus's 1550 clearly repeated this error. See picture above. So I guess saying it's an error, I guess what we have is a standardization by the time of Scrivener, probably way before Scrivener, but Scrivener's, it's a bit like us today, just using, a typewriter sort of setting. It's gonna print out the same thing each time, and so by the time you get to Scrivener, they've got those type of things in concrete, where I guess back in those days it wasn't in concrete. But we'll just get reading through. This may lend to further credence to what Jan Kraan suggested in his study of the proposed textual emendations by both Erasmus and Beza, that such a cautionary approach was taken to the text that Beza and others were very hesitant to change what had been handed down. Okay, so he's saying that's in beyond what is written. This seems to include such strange printing errors, if indeed this is the fault of printers. To increase confidence that this is a printing error, I examined the manuscript of 1 John that Erasmus used for his 5 different print editions. So that's where I would say, okay, I would ask the question, where did you get the information that this is exactly Erasmus's manuscript that he used? Is this just a scholarly consensus? Is this the manuscript used in the book of Revelation that Franz Delitzsch just claimed was Erasmus's manuscript, when clearly Erasmus said in his annotations that he spotted homoioteuton in Revelation 22:19. How can he do that if 19 didn't exist in that manuscript? And so that's one of the major flaws in their argument there. But I'm not sure if this is, I'll open that up. I'm not sure if, hang on, he's got a list of manuscripts here. That's a Jan Kraan's thing. So, okay, that's cool. So Jan Kraan's, obviously, he writes out, this is the manuscript that Erasmus used, I would debate anyone in the world on that, whether that, the manuscript of Revelation that Franz Delitzsch claims, I would debate anyone in the world that is, I don't think it's the Erasmus manuscript of Revelation. It has 136 words missing at the end, 6 complete verses. Before that, people recognize that Erasmus was looking at Revelation 22 verse 19 and talking about some words there, maybe up to like 10 words, but not 136. So I just, so that's where when people say, well, this manuscript was the one that the Complutensian guys used, this one was the one that so-and-so used, what you usually find is some scholar somewhere said, well, Codex Montfortianus, that's the one they got the comma from. But then when you look at Codex Britannicus that Erasmus talks about, it doesn't match up. There's a difference. So it can't be the one that he's talking about. It just can't be. And so, these are all issues that need to be I guess, re-argued, rehashed, because even though we're going to source documentation looking at these print issues, sometimes when you're going to these arguments of, well, this is the manuscript that they use, sometimes this is just coming from Tregeggles just saying, hey, we found the manuscript of Erasmus, here it is. And you look at it and it's like, oh, it differs everywhere. And it's like, well, he must have made mistakes everywhere. That's the type of argumentation that that's coming across my desk anyway. And I'm looking at it going, it makes more sense that this isn't the manuscript, And so anyway, so all of them were minuscule cursives, which would include breathing marks as well as accents. And all of them correctly rendered 1 John 2:10 with the small breathing mark. This increases justification for my hypothesis that it was a printing error that multiplied and repeated over time. Okay, so I guess you're looking at the breathing mark here, the Ufdon. So you have it Ufdon, or Ufdu, sorry, the U Omicron Upsilon. And here you have it as a type of ligature. And for the purposes of showing this, that's fine. It's, looking through manuscripts and seeing it that way is fine. Erasmus would use GA03B or Codex Vaticanus for his annotations in his 4th and 5th editions. And even though it is manuscript, the accent and breathing marks are rendered correctly. Okay, so that's Ufdu here. You have the Alpha, Upsilon, the Tau, the Omicron, and the Upsilon here. Summary of part 1. The advancement of the printing press and movable type was a tremendous step forward in the preservation and dissemination of scripture. However, the process did not reach its full maturity immediately. Whether it be spelling errors or vertical transpositions that are almost uniquely restricted to the printed text, the TR tradition was not perfect in every jot or tittle. However, the publishers were refining the process, and by the 17th century, many of these errors were fewer and far between. And that's one thing that I often say. I say, well, Erasmus, he sort of started things, and then it exploded out to, Greek editions, Latin editions, translations. And so there was a progression. But when I say that, some anti-TR people lose their mind over that and say, well, it was not a progression. It's like, what do you call it then? It's like saying you got iPhone 3 and then now you got iPhone 17, I think, coming out. And it's like, well, there's a progression in technology, and the fact is, like, when you had Greek come onto the stage, they had to make 1,000 characters just to print the Greek language because it's so complex. That's why it took so long. Latin was first. Then you had, some stuff in English, and you had, Spanish and a whole bunch of other languages. But Greek, it took a while for Greek to take off because you needed 1,000 little characters just to print basic Greek with all the breathing marks and accents and things like that. So, however, the publishers were in a refining process. So I would say not only were the printers, publishers in a refining process, I would say also that they were looking at manuscripts. They were Erasmus, Stephanus, Beza. They were examining things, and also sometimes they wouldn't recognize how problematic a reading was until it's translated into Latin, or you're looking at all the Latin manuscripts and you're saying, hang on, it fits so well here. In the Greek, it looks like there's a problem, and so anyway, we'll go through all that as we go along. By the 17th century, many of these errors were few and far between. Pictures of the TR tradition are provided from Basel University's digital library and CSNTM. They are displayed here for research purposes, etc. So yeah, just a footnote there of the other ones that have it in it. The Aldine, which is a 1518. The Gerbelius. I'm not sure when Gerbelius was. Was that 1522? Koffal, I think he's the Wolf edition. Bebelius, Colonnaeus, and Cessa. So I know Cessa's 1538. Colonnaeus 1534. I can't remember that one. Erasmus' first three printed editions typically rendered the breathing and accent marks over the words beginning with the diphthong unusually over the initial vowel rather than the second vowel, such as afdu, rather than, so you see the breathing mark here rather than over the vowel. By the fourth edition, it was no longer practiced. So that was in Erasmus's time. And I guess Greek printing was like 20 years old by his like second, third edition, like on that type of scale. There were books here and there, learn the alphabet and, a few other things. But that type of mass producing was like 20 years old, So see, for example, his statement, despite his openness to altering the text as demonstrated above, his tendency to leave the printed text alone is far more prominent. So that's Jan Krans. Okay, so we'll go to the next article, number 2. So this is Textual Oddities of the Textus Receptus tradition in 1 John Part 2, Printing Oddities within the TR tradition, continued by Timothy Decker. So I've had no problems with the first article. Seems fine. The only, like, if I was to say, critique anything in that, it would be to examine how we know that they're the manuscripts that Erasmus used. But apart from that, everything else seemed pretty normal, pretty sound. But I wouldn't conclude that everyone was making errors with the smooth and rough breathings. There perhaps is some other explanation for this, but I do remember as listening to the audio, I'm pretty sure maybe it's in his third article, he does mention something like that about the smooth and rough breathings. And I think he sort of fixes up that issue. I'll catch up with some of the comments. Okay, so where are we? Get Gnome says the website Original Bibles has Erasmus's editions. Very good. Bold as a Lion is in the house saying he can't stay. He's going to feed the homeless tonight. Got to go and pick them up in 18 minutes. That's great. Good job. Revolution. Who is Timothy Duncan? Timothy Duncan, he did some articles on the Commuhanium. I don't know much about him. I think he did some work with Stephen Avery. If you were to ask Stephen Avery who Timothy Duncan is, he'd be able to tell you. I went through one of his articles. He seemed to have some more advanced argumentation for his time, but I'm not sure what's happened to him, whether he's passed away or his article was like 15 years old, I think. Bold as a Lion, he's protected me many times on the streets with the worst of them. Yeah, it can get pretty wild out there if you, dealing with people who have issues. One time the Lord locked me out of my car, and that timing couldn't have been better to protect me. Locked me out of my car. Okay. TurretinFan is saying g'day. Born Again says, Nick, Do you have an overall issue with italics? Yes, we all know it did not exist in the Hebrew and Greek to my limited knowledge. I don't. I have an issue with how many italics Blaney introduced into the King James. Like, say, for example, if you go to Matthew chapter 1, verse 17, the word "are" is not in italics in the 1611. It was in italics in the Geneva. Blaney puts it back in italics. I don't think it needs to be. When you read through it, you can tell, like, some words are put in there for, like, to finish a sentence. You just need a certain word in there to make the sentence make sense. But sometimes it's just put in there, like, there are certain things all the way through with the difference between Greek and English, that if you went to put in all the places where there was needed to be an extra word in there just to fill out a sentence, you would have italics all over the place. I don't think that's necessary. I think that's, like, if it's a translation, then how something is translated, like, I mean, obviously wooden word for word, like an interlinear, like a Young's literal it's probably not even that wooden. It's still a type of translation, but you know what I'm saying when you get one word above another. I mean, that type of translation just simply doesn't work. It is helpful in doing translation, but reading through a translation like that would be ridiculous. But sometimes I feel that people don't really understand how translation works. And if you're bringing something across, it's saying the same thing, not in a sense of a dynamic equivalent. If it's saying the same thing, then it is a translation, where I think when people talk about formal, they're thinking more of like an interlinear type of thing. And then they're like, well, you can't bring your language across in that way. And you can't, but that's not how you do translation. That's how you do an interlinear. And so when it comes to italics, having italics to just fill in like something like there are 14 generations, that shouldn't have an italic. I don't think it should. Blaney's put a lot of italics in. There's like 80%. No, what was it? I can't remember the stat. It was something to do with 80. But there was a lot more italics in Blaney's edition. I've gone through some of them. They're unnecessary. But then again, in 1611, like, say, the word Hosanna, when that first appears in Matthew, it's in italic, and I couldn't figure it out. I was like, it's in the Greek. It's everywhere. It's there for emphasis. So someone put it Hosanna, like, for emphasis, That's the only conclusion I can come to of why they've got that in italics. So the italics weren't uniform back then. So while I advocate for the Textus Receptus, I advocate and prefer the King James. I don't advocate for every type of lettering or capitalization, or I think that at times these type of things were still fluid. And when you come to the Blaney edition, some of these things are tidy up, some of them aren't. And sometimes they're introducing italics where it's unnecessary. Like, say, 1 Timothy 3:16, the italic there is completely unnecessary. It's showing where an earlier TR edition of the 1550 didn't have those words. And it's like, well, okay. But I guess the King James translators, just one chapter before, they had a huge amount of italic there, where it has "he who acknowledges the Son has the Father also," all in an italic because of the 1550. So they were putting italics there because of the 1550. So that's where, what is the italic? Is it there to show us where something has departed from the general understanding of, you've got a certain theme that you have to put in there, like say the brother of Goliath. This type of thing to help people make sense of things. But then you've got other times when an italic is there because of a lack in a TR edition. So I think having a uniformity in all that would be great. There are some italics that no longer are printed in King James editions. The Trinitarian Bible Society, they got rid of that really long italic and they just put it in normal lettering now because it's just unnecessary to have it. And so anyway, hopefully that answers your question. Bible Highlighter is living the dream. He's just jumping in. How you going, Bible Highlighter? And I'll just skip through some of this. Okay, Matt Singleton is in the house. Hey, Matt, I got your message about the playlist, and so when I get time, I'll make something up like that. Calvin says, I'm not really sure, but as I understand it, Tyndale relied heavily on Erasmus's work for his translation. I'm pretty sure he used the third edition because he has the comma in his edition. That's pretty much a sure sign that he used the third edition. He also most probably used Luther's Bible. I think he just used a whole bunch of things that were available to him, but primarily used the edition of Erasmus. Hilly Billy is living the dream in the house. Sifted Sands is loving that fact. So let's go through this second article. Now I'll sip my coffee. Now it's hard when I usually look at a video, I have time to, take a breath, sip a coffee, but like I've already talked for nearly 2 hours straight. And you just forget, your voice gets dry, and because you feel like you don't want dead air. And when you stop, you're like sipping, and you're like, oh, hang on, there's 20 people watching me, and you tend to go and gulp it down. It's a weird thing. But maybe what I should do, I'll put on some nice little music here. Where are we? Banners, media assets. Yeah, I'll put some background music on. I'll enjoy my coffee for like 30 seconds. You guys can all just, I don't know, do a little bit of a dance. All right, well, wasn't that exciting? Okay, let's continue. Textual Oddities of the Textus Receptus tradition in 1 John Part 2, printing oddities within the TR tradition continued. In Part 1, I spent time mainly showing how the printed editions of the TR traditions were not immune to printing errors, misspellings, and mishaps. For those who invest a great deal of stock in the preservation of the New Testament coinciding with the providential arrival of the movable typesetting printed editions starting in the 16th century, there is reason to at least give pause before a conclusion can be reached about the Textus Receptus. However, the TR tradition oddities in 1 John go well beyond printing errors. Some of these strange occurrences call into question those who claim there is a great unity and consistency among the TR tradition. Well, I guess there's quite a lot in that. So this is obviously a preface to this article. so he's sort of saying, some people, they're jot and tittle people. It was mentioned in the last article. To me, the jot and tittle argumentation of Matthew, I think it's chapter 5, heaven and earth will pass away. My word shall not pass away, saying every jot and every tittle, they will last until Jesus comes back, or till the end of all things, sort of thing. And so my issue is it's talking about the Hebrew there. Jesus is obviously talking about jots and tittles. And those jots and tittles make up words. Now, as long as we have the equivalent of that word, meaning exactly the same thing, whether it's in Hebrew or whether it's in English or whether it's in Greek or whether it's in Swahili, as long as we know what that word means, we still have that word. So if there was a nuclear holocaust later on today, someone pressed the button because, the French prime minister got embarrassed about his husband or wife or whatever it is. And someone pressed the button and we're all vaporized. All the manuscripts are gone. All the Bibles are gone. Power doesn't work, But we're able to sort of reconstruct the Bible somehow from bits and pieces. The issue is, if you've got something that is, like, I can tell by looking at the King James what the underlying Greek words are. Scrivener could tell that. When he did his Textus Receptus edition, he went through and looked at other traditions, other TR issues. He looked at other versions and he said, well, they're following this type of reading. Okay. So you can tell what words are used. And that's the thing that I think is being preserved, is the words. Okay. Not so much, because what happens is people then take that and they say, well, the Textus Receptus should be preserved with jot and tittle accuracy. Every accent mark has to be accurate. Every breathing mark has to be accurate, or else, the TR people who are making this claim, they're making a false statement. And it's like, no, what I would say is it makes up the word. Okay. So things that come through Hebrew from the Old Testament and they're brought to us today, we can tell what is being said. We can look at an accurate translation like the King James, and we can say, well, if you look at this translation, you will see what's behind it. It's quite basic. It's quite simple. And I don't know why people have a problem with that. If the King James is an accurate translation of the Hebrew and of the Greek, which the vast majority of people say it is, I know it seems to be in hyper anti-King James or anti-TR circles that you can never get anything correct. And if you say you got it 100% correct, then you're in a cult or something. So people just have this fear of saying that a document is correct, where, I've got books on my shelf that are correct all the way through. They don't have an errata page. Many, many people have read the book, and so they've gone through and studied it and looked at it and pulled it to bits and looked at everything, and everything in there is accurate. Now, if I grab so this is my wife's Urdu Bible. You can see there the Urdu language. This doesn't have typos in it. And millions of people have read this, okay? Millions. There's no typo in it. It's correct. It's accurate. They did a good job. There are Bibles out there, ESV Bibles, that don't have any typos in them. I can't understand why, if you say that about the King James, people lose their mind and say, well, how can you say that? Everything has errors and all this sort of stuff. It's like they're just mixing categories. Like, I understand if you want to talk about textual criticism and say, oh, the King James has this reading and that reading, I don't agree with it or whatever. Okay, well, show me your proof and we'll talk about that. But when they're like, the King James, you have to admit there's errors. And it's like, well, what sort of errors? What, like typo, like spelling errors? Like they're being cleared up. I can grab a Bible off the shelf that's, 70 years old, and I can read it from cover to cover and it doesn't have any errors. That they have proofreaders. They've gone through a lot of this stuff. And so I think sometimes people try and make out certain things that are just, if you ask experts in the field, that they'll just roll their eyes at it. And so, like I've often said with the people who I know who translate the EU documents from English and German into Luxembourgish, I asked them straight out and said, so is there anything lost in translation? Like when you're translating economic data or things about nuclear weapons, is there anything lost? Like, is there something there that you have to put a big footnote and say, well, this is how I'd explain it? And they sort of looked at each other and said, well, this is a husband and wife team doing this. And they said, no, well, we're fluent in all three of those languages. We're fluent in English, fluent in German, fluent in Luxembourgish, so we can bring everything across accurately. So people who are in real-time translation work say that you can translate properly. Where a lot of people just bring this type of rule. It's almost like a rule. You can never translate properly. Yeah, if you're going to do a wooden, Strong's number above it, Greek word, English word, it's not going to add up each time. But if you're translating from one language to another and it's understandable, you can understand the English, you understand the German, you understand the Luxembourgish, you can do that, And like I've often said, I mean, you get a pair of headphones nowadays and you open up the safety data sheet, or just say you've got a drill or something. The safety data sheet's in Arabic, it's in German, it's in French, it's in English. And if that battery blew up in your face and you got burnt, well, they would probably take that safety data sheet to court. It would stand up in court and saying, hey, it's in Arabic here. Don't overheat it. Don't do this. Don't do that. So it's just not adding up in the real world. Like a lot of what's being said in anti-King James, anti-TR circles. So I'm not saying Timothy's saying that here. But let's continue. So what else was being said? Okay. He's saying we should give pause about conclusions about the Textus Receptus. Well, like I said before, if you look at, say, these documents of you're having the Greek, then having the Latin, then you can check the annotations down the bottom. I mean, to me, there is so much. And then not only that, but you can check the editions before, the editions after. Obviously, the King James translators knew this type of material, and they would spot these things just like, us spotting something in English, to that these languages were as familiar to them, and even on a more scholarly level, because they were reading these languages so fluently that there's a difference between reading academic work and just reading layman's material. And these guys, the King James translators, they knew the Greek at an academic level and the Latin. They knew so much. And so these type of issues of having a print error, they would have just gone, oh, there's a print error. They probably circled it and moved on. So I wouldn't say that this causes problems with the Textus Receptus at all, and with how translators look at things. So So yeah, this is where I sort of draw the line. It says some of these strange occurrences call into question those who claim there is great unity and consistency among the TR tradition. Well, usually that is unity and consistency in comparison to the critical text. Like if I was to get Westcott and Hort's text, or even all the Nestle Alarm text, and then get Westcott and Hort, then get the Weiss text, then get the Tregegel's text, then get the Tischendorf text, and then get the Ruckman and put them all together, which sometimes I've done on my website, and they're all over the place. They're all very different in many places. And so the whole thing about consistency among TR editions, usually we're saying that the text, the critical text, is so vastly different from anything. It's vastly different from the Byzantine tradition. It's vastly different from the Roman Catholic Latin Bible. The Roman Catholic Latin Bible was very different from the critical text. They have 1 John 5:7. They have a lot of these, like the Douay Reem's Bible has most of the verses that are deleted in the critical text. And so when you look at Protestants and Catholics in this period of time, they were talking about different issues. When you fast forward it to Westcott and Hort's time, the amount of changes, the amount of omissions, the amount of verses that favor Unitarianism because of the Unitarian influence of George Van Smith on the Westcott and Hort Committee, people like Thayer, Ezra Abbott, many of these guys who were Unitarians, people who worked on the American Standard Version. Unitarianism was huge. And so a lot of these verses are omitted, which both Protestants and Catholics would go, hang on, we have those readings in our traditions. Here's this sort of strange, bizarre, critical text out here with all these weird readings. So in a way, like I understand, say Mark Ward's done articles on the Textus Receptus. There are people like, Jeff Riddle responding to all this. But at the end of the day, I don't have it. Like, this is one of the things, the Textus Receptus tradition. Well, if you were to look at it, I had this picture one time that I put on my Facebook group, and it had a dartboard, and on the outside was the Complutensian Polyglot, and then you go inward, you got Erasmus's editions, then you got Stephanus's editions, then you got Beza's editions, then you got the 1881 of Scrivener, but then right in the middle, you got the dart there, and it had King James Version. And that's one of the things, is the King James Version was its own Textus Receptus edition. Those tiny little places where Beza's doesn't match up with the King James, well, that's where we go with the underlying text of the King James. And so knowing that they did a tiny bit of emendation themselves, but only in about probably 20 places. So they use Beza's, 99.99% of the time, between 99.99 and 99.98% of the time they were using Beza's text. It's so close. And that's the text that we go with. Like, so it doesn't, like, to me, it doesn't really matter even if they had a critical text edition. Like, just say they found one, like I know there's other ones like Colonaeus and Cessa. If they found one, like I know Jeff Riddle was saying Colonaeus was almost like a critical text edition that Calvin sort of favored for a while, but then he went with a proper TR sort of thing. I'm like, I'm not really seeing that. I still see it as a TR thing. But if they did find one that was completely different, still it's like, well, I don't go with that. I don't go with the editions of Erasmus. I believe that what the King James translators used was the culmination of everything, and the scholarship built to a level where it succeeded in working out every word, where before that they were doing very well, but they just could never get to that exact point. But then with the culmination of everything, they did get to that exact point. And I know people say, well, I'm in a cult and I must follow Ruckman and I must be a weirdo, psycho, whatever, for believing that. That's where I stand. And I don't really care who believes it and who doesn't believe it. And really, at the end of the day, if they find a printed edition somewhere that has something really weird and really different, it's like, okay, well, I don't follow it. You know what I mean? And so this whole consistency among the TR tradition, to me, it's sort of using that blanket term of Textus Receptus over everything. Or you have to support all the TR editions. It's like, no, I don't. I don't have to do that. I don't have to support every TR reading in a sense of a TR overarching TR thing. What I support is what I support. Just like I wouldn't expect someone like Timothy here to support Luckman's readings or to support something in like Westcott and Hort's readings that are no longer in there. The NA28's changed. You know, if he's saying I go with the NA28, I'm like, cool. I don't go, well, you have to support all these other readings, you know. So that's what I find sometimes. And people will grab an Erasmus reading and throw it in your face, and you're like, oh, okay, well, you know, I don't support every iPhone update, you know, the one which makes your battery go slower or whatever. It's like, well, I don't support that, but I do use this iPhone and it seems to work really well for me and I love it. You know, it's great. So I was just thinking before in one of the comments, someone said, who is Timothy Decker? I must have said that Timothy here was Timothy Decker. Actually, yes, Timothy Decker. There is another Timothy Decker. So someone asked in the comments, who's Timothy Decker? And I'm like, oh, okay, well, and I explained it as a guy who wrote articles about 1 John 5:7, and I got that mixed up with Timothy Duncan. Okay, so there's a guy called Timothy Duncan, wrote articles about 1 John 5:7. When I saw Timothy Decker there, I completely forgot who had written these articles, and I was like, oh, you're talking about Timothy Duncan. So hopefully that clears up why I said that, because some people must have just been going, oh, did this guy write about the comma? And so anyway, let's catch up with his comments and then we'll continue through this. Yeah, so I'd love to put all these comments in there, but there's quite a lot and we'll be there all day. Pastor Brett is in the house. Brett's on his way to California, speaking in a church on Sunday. And he's getting married tomorrow. Well, that's a pretty big thing. You don't get married every day. And so, yeah, congratulations. So everyone's high-fiving there. Well, Pastor Brett dropped $20 in the tray. Well, that's great. I'll use that toward this channel. Thanks for that, Brett. Thanks for your support. Blessings to you, Nick. Keep up the good fight, brother. Thanks, Pastor Brett. Sifter Sand says, praise the Lord on your marriage. Pastor Brett, congratulations. May the Lord bless you and your wife to be or richly. Yeah. Very good. Very good. AD33 says the 1611 translators were not all of the same mind. What would you want when you're doing a translation? That way you can't just push what you want through. It's got to go through other people also. Yeah. So that's one of the superior things about the King James translation is the way it was translated. It's a very interesting thing. The 1611 translators went over that translation with a fine-tooth comb. meaning that every part of the translation got dissected, analyzed until they had the best word for the translation. Yes, even superfluidity of naughtiness. Yes, an overflow of unrighteousness. I've never heard of the Lunar Codex, the Ancestor Code, or Brent and Tonson Hilly, and wonder why he refers to her at the end. Okay, so these guys are chatting between themselves. Pastor Brett says the KJV was an update of the Bishop's Bible. It is exactly what God wanted for the English-speaking world. English is a lingua franca of the world. Why not make it the perfect translation? Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like, well, okay, if people are saying it's not the King James, it's not the Textus Receptus, where is it? You know, where is this perfect Bible? And how come they can't work towards getting all the errors out of those Bibles? Because people are like, well, every Bible translation has an error. If they can show where one error is, why not fix it? Then you have one less error. And if you just keep doing that, surely you can get rid of all the errors. If I have a book on my shelf, let's just pick a book. See, the encyclopedia, the Cambridge Encyclopedia of the English Language. So this is David Crystal. I think I could probably, go through this in a few months and just look at every word and look everything up on Google and make sure it's all correct. I think I could go through that and correct it. Can't people do that? But it just seems like when it comes to the Bible, it's a mystical type of thing. You can never get to the end of textual criticism. But then they have this bait and switch. It's like, oh no, we're not just talking about print errors. We're not just talking about, just old words, archaic words. We're talking about now we've got a new manuscript underlying it, and we have to go with those words now. And that word's out of date, or we've discovered the new meaning for monogenes, and so we've got to run with not only begotten, but we've got to have unique, and we've got to change that everywhere, and this type of thing. And so it's just a never-ending process where surely you could get to the end of something, especially if you're using world-class experts in these type of languages. And so good comment there, Pastor Brett. Hilly says, does Timothy Duncan own a donut shop? Yeah, and so sorry about before. Someone asked me, who's Timothy Duncan? Sorry. Yeah, that's why I'm going Timothy. Yeah, Timothy Decker. So Timothy Duncan. Does Timothy Duncan own a donut shop? Yeah, so it's obviously not Timothy Decker. So sorry, Timothy, if I'm butchering, your last name here and there. And, it's my dyslexia. I get people mixed up. I'll just skip over some of this. What do you think about the Geneva Bible using depart for the rapture verses? And I think depart is a perfect rendition of apostasia, just as falling away is. And it just comes down to your perspective. Paul was talking to people who thought the rapture had actually happened. And so if you've been left behind, let's just put ourselves in a scenario where the rapture happened 10 days ago and we're all left behind. Well, people have departed from you. Now, anyone who departs from you, I could say, well, yeah, AD 33, that's your name. We used to be really good friends, but then I fell away from fellowship, or they fell away from me. Falling away means a departure. It's just a synonym with departure. And so falling away in 1611 simply just meant departure. Sometimes when you look at the headings in some of the English Bibles, it will say a falling away, but then it will say a departure in the next one, or the reading in the margin will say a falling away, or it will say a departure. These things are just synonymous. Now, what happened back in those days, people would say a falling away from the faith. They would add those things, or so it made it out to be something it wasn't. Translated just apostasy, just the way it is, it just means a departure or a falling away. It's not a falling away from the faith. It's not the great falling away. It's not, it's just the falling away. So that just means to depart, and understanding eschatology. Understanding, if you read verse 3 in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, and then you read verse 7, they're parallel verses, and you can see the parallel where the Holy Spirit is taken away, and then that wicked is revealed. Where you look in verse 3, it says there's a falling away, then that wicked is revealed. The falling away is people depart from the church. He said, well, there's going to be a departure first, and that word departure is used historically as a departure, a physical departure. I know Alan Kirshner says it's not a spatial departure, and I've proven him wrong on that. But anyway, we'll just move on. So Born Again Christian says, in my opinion, there is not a significant enough change from 1611 to now that we have the perfect word of God. Now ask a Roman Catholic if their Bibles have changed since the Douay Reams. Yeah. And I mean, that's the thing. People are going through the King James editions. I've gone through King James, like 1611 with 1769, with the 1900. And I'm like, man, we're splitting hairs over a tiny little word here and there. But like, imagine doing that just with the NIV. You know, you'd be all over the place, different readings. And Hilly Billy says, I found an antique typewriter, but when I tried to type with it, all the words were expired. Calvin says, while going through my collection of Bibles, I came across a King James version that has a note at the end of any verse that might use a difficult word. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, I'll keep going through this. I think I've scrolled to the top of the page for some reason. Okay, so while print errors are easily observed, I'll just go here. While print errors are easily observed and rather inconsequential, the next group of TR readings are very important for establishing the text of the original autograph of 1 John. Some, such as 1 John 3:16, is very important textually speaking. Others, like 1 John 2:6, are very minor and only serve to make a point about Scrivener's 1881 edition. Lastly, when we examine the TR tradition at the notable Comia Henium, we see the lack of stability among the entire tradition. So that's the thing. You see this, the TR tradition, the entire tradition. And it's like, well, yeah, some people, they have that. They're like, oh, it's all the TRs. Oh, that's what I support and everything. Well, that doesn't apply to me and lots of other people. So I guess, Textus Receptus can be a blanket term for all those printed editions, but it can also mean a specific edition of that. And so that's what we follow. So unique or nearly unique readings in the Scrivener Textus Receptus. 1 John 3:16. I begin with 1 John 3:16, comparing the King James Version with the New King James Version. Both translations are based upon the Textus Receptus. So in the King James, so this is after the Blaney edition because it has the italics. Hereby perceive we the love of God, because he laid down his life for us, and we ought to lay down our lives for the brethren. In the New King James, it says, by this we know love, because he laid down his life for us, and we also ought to lay down our lives for the brethren. The clear difference is that the New King James did not retain the word of God describing love in the initial part of verse 16. Though we often recognize italicized words in our English translations to indicate words that are not in the original language, notice the 1611 King James Version did not do this. as it did in 1 John 2:23. So here's the 16:11. It has love of God, and it is clearly there. There's no italic. So that's King James Version 16:11, 1 John 3:16. Neither did the 1637 Cambridge printed edition of the King James Version. So it doesn't have any italic love of God there, which raises many questions. Why the difference between the King James and the New King James? Did the New King James not follow the Textus Receptus at this point? Or did it follow a different line in the Textus Receptus tradition? Did the later revisions of the King James Version revise the weak attestation within the Textus Receptus tradition and thereby render of God in italics? So I can easily answer those questions. So basically what happened, and what I'll do, I'll quickly go to my website where I can type in 1 John 3:16, and I'll put it up here and have a sip of my coffee. Okay, so here we have 1 John 3:16. 1611 has of God, no italic. 1769 put it in italic. Now, they most probably did that because they put in lots of italics. So that's why. And here we have an article, or this links to an article, the Christian Examiner of 1833, where they're criticizing Blaney on having too many italics. Okay, so I advocate for every word of the King James, but not for every italicized word or anything like that. So here we have the King James has love of God. Beza's has of God in his text. In the annotations, it talks about the of God there. It's in the Latin, it's in the Vulgate. But also Scrivener's text has of God there. Now, the one that omits it is the Westcott and Hort text, but also the 1550 does not have it either. Okay, so really what I think the New King James translators have done, and I've examined the New King James with the King James, okay. Oftentimes what they do is they just simply see an italicized word and just cross it out. They're like, well, that's not in the original. They chop it out. And also one of the problems is, as I can probably show you, berries would be a good example of this, because this would have been the type of Greek interlinear around, the New King James time. Now I'll put myself on large screen here. So this is the berries interlinear. Now, what happened, a lot of people would be using this type of thing, and it's called the Textus Receptus, but it's actually the 1550 edition. And so it's not actually the text of Beza. So when we look at, where are we, 3:16. 3:14, 3:16. Okay, so pretty sure, just trying to do this properly, is 18, 17, and 16 there. See, it just says love. See where it says 10 agape? Doesn't say the love of God, does it? So a lot of people would just go, oh, even the Textus Receptus doesn't have it there. So they would just assume this italic is just, from the Latin or what, whatever they say. Where I'll go back to the other view. I'm just trying to see if there is actually a footnote there. It's verse 16. Okay, X. No, there's no footnote here to indicate that Beza's text has the Greek. So if you're a New King James guy, you would go, oh, let's go to the Greek Textus Receptus, and you look at that and it's not there. Now, if you were to grab, Jay Green's one up there, should have it because it's in Scrivener's. But maybe you didn't have this edition as a New King James translator. So I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt that they're just doing work and they've made a mistake here. They're just, they thought it wasn't in there because it's italicized. Verse 16. John 3, not 5. 2, 6, 3, 16. The love of God. So it has of God there. What does 16 say? Yep, and even the J. Green interlinear has love of God, no italic. Okay, so that's correct. But I would assume that some of these guys, and we can look at the 1979 edition. So I know J. Green's edition came out in 1975. So only a couple of years later, so that's when it's printed. So they've probably been working on it in 1977, 78. So people mightn't have had that edition. So 3:16 says, "By this we know love, because he laid down his life for us." So that has the incorrect reading of the New King James in it. So that's persisted all the way through. And the issue here is they do not have an italic. They do not have a footnote in the New King James. New King James has 40,000 footnotes showing where issues like tertio doesn't show. It's in the majority. It's in the Nestle Alarm doesn't have it or whatever. But here it doesn't even have a footnote. So that would show you that they actually thought that the italic meant it's not in there. And they'd probably go to berries and go, oh, see, it's not in there. So that's what's happened. Okay, it's just a mistake. It's a mistake in the New King James. Now, does this affect anything? Yes, because the closest antecedent here is God. When it says he laid down his life for us, it's talking about Jesus being God. Who's he? God. Hereby perceive with the love of God because he laid down his life for us. Who laid down his life? God did. So it affects the deity of Christ. Okay, so you can look at my article here. I might pop that in the chat if anyone is interested. Go through and look at that. But let's go back to this article. So, as you can see, I've done my homework on this. I know about this issue. There are mistakes in the New King James. It's just a fact. So Scrivener's 1881 Textus Receptus edition, which culminates the TR tradition and matches the places where the KJV followed Beza's 1598 edition over Stephanus's 1550 edition and vice versa, is the Greek text that reflects the King James Version. In it, Scrivener includes the phrase love of God, en tutu or tautu eg no kremen en, it's pretty messed up there, te en agapen to theo. However, this is the oddity of the Textus Receptus and the tradition of 1 John. A great many of the TR editions among the tradition omit the two words translated of God. Okay, so, but this is the thing, like, okay, so he's saying there's 28 editions. That's a Mark Ward number because he was arguing against TR people. So he wanted to match it up to, NA 28. Oh, there's 28 editions. So the 28 editions. Okay, so he's saying he's personally transcribed 28 editions. So this number, it's like when the MEV guys use 47 translators. It's like, that's a number out there, but there's more like 60 translators. But it's just this number, And I understand he's gone through 28 editions, but it's like, were they 28 actual editions? But anyway, this is talking about a broad TR thing. So out of the 28 editions, I personally transcribed only the following contain it: Complutensian Polyglot, and the final 3 major folio editions of Beza. And to me, that's fine, because I don't go with Erasmus's text where he doesn't have the comma. You know what I mean? It's like, well, that's just wrong. So I go with the 1598 primarily. King James ironed out 20 issues on that. So I go with the underlying text that they made. Now, sometimes Scrivener can have errors. The final amen in Ephesians, I'm like, it should be in there. If you look at the interlinear of J. Green, not the one I was just showing you, he has the final amen there. Most people understand, it's like they roll their eyes at that and go, come on, Scrivener, and they just pen it in, But so at the end of the day, we look at the monumental work of the King James as the rock, and the Greek text, the printed Greek text, Beza's is very, very, very close. But if we want to find out the exact readings that they had in front of them, we look at the work that they did. And so, okay, so that appears in the 1598. That it appears in the 1598 explains how it ended up in the King James Version and thus in Scrivener's 1881 TR. Okay, yep. However, Beza's first folio of 1565, as well as all his minor octavo editions, leave it out. So the 1565, basically, what you're looking at is his first Greek edition. Now, his 1556 was a Latin edition with annotations that examine the Greek. Okay, but primarily that was looking at the work of Stephanus. So when we get to 1565, we're like 14 years away from Stephanus's 1551, and he's taken that baton. He's working with Henry Stephanus, Robert Stephanus's son, and it hasn't deviated that far. So there are certain readings that stuck in there, and until later on, when he was doing work with Janius, Tremellius, and looking at other editions, looking at other manuscripts, some of these readings didn't end up changing until much later on. So what you have is a lot of these earlier editions are pretty much just like Erasmus's 1527 to 1535, sort of rehashed, you know what I mean, with a few changes here and there. So by sort of trying to pit TR things against each other, it's sort of like saying, well, the iPhone 3 didn't have this type of capability, and the iPhone 5 didn't have it, and the iPhone 4 didn't have it, and the iPhone 7 didn't have it. And it's sort of like, well, but does it have it today? It's like, yeah, it does. So, well, that's what we go with, you know what I mean, sort of thing. So by pointing out where it's not there, it's like, well, I understand that for this type of audience that he's pointing to, who believe all the TRs are all good or whatever, instead of going, okay, it's the underlying text of the King James, that would apply to them. I don't know that many people who think that. Even like Jeff Riddle goes, well, I don't even go with the Textus Receptus of the Complutensian or Erasmus. I start with, Stephanus and go up to Beza and King James sort of thing, where I'm more narrow than that, you know what I mean? And so most people don't even go there. But this is what we're seeing, So I'll read through it. However, Beza's first folio edition of 1565, as well as all his minor octavo editions, leave it out. So when you're saying minor octavo editions, usually there's no updates. There might be spelling updates and things like that, but in octavo editions, these are usually just like a pocket Bible or something like that, So 1565, 1567, 1580, 1590, and 1604. Okay, so 1565 would be an edition where he's actually updated things. 57 is just it's the same as 1565. The 80 there is the same as well. It wasn't until 1582 that he did an edition. The 1590 would be the 1588/89 edition, and the 1604 is the 1598 edition. So additionally, all 5 of Erasmus's editions, the Aldine, the Gerbelius, the Koffel, Bebelius, Colonnaeus, Cessa, the 4 Stephanus editions, the Elsevers, and the Oxford 1873 TR all have the shorter reading. Okay, so interestingly, Beza's annotation of his 1582 edition, where he first included the longer reading of the love of God, he justifies this by both internal evidence. It corresponds with Paul at Romans 5:8. So that would be, for God commendeth his love toward us, in that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. And external evidence that he derives it from the Complutensian polyglot. Even the 1550 editions of Stephanus, containing a textual apparatus in the margin, included the Complutensian's longer reading, yet did not follow this reading in the text. Thus, Stephanus rejected it in all 4 of his printed editions. Beza, however, trusted the Complutensian polyglot enough to make this change. Mind you, it was not a Greek manuscript that convinced him. In essence, what we have here is the TR tradition elongating itself. Okay, interesting wording there. Therefore, this longer Scrivener TR reading has only one TR witness to support it. So notice it's like, oh, we're going with TR witnesses here now. I mean, you look at issues like Luke 2:22, it's just the correct read. Like internal evidence there just screams out against the reading of Jesus or Joseph being purified. It's like, just read Leviticus 12, read it in the Septuagint even. Her purification appears like 6 or 7 times in that chapter. But therefore, this longer Scrivener TR reading has only one TR witness to support it, the Complutensian polyglot. Okay, so this is what you got to understand here, is this is what he is saying. Now, he's got footnote number 1 here. So let's just see where that is coming from. It could be Yarncrans. I would suppose it probably is. Okay, now he's got it here. Sic Paulus, Romans 5:8. Sic habet Complutensis edito. Well, he's talking about the Syrian manuscript has it. The last sentence, Beza appealed to a looser reading followed in the Syriac, which translates his love for us, which would imply the love of God. Okay. So I'm going to put that into ChatGPT. Let's just check that out. ChatGPT. And that's if this is all actually worded properly, but let's just assume that it is. Translate this. Paul writes in Romans 5:8, thus the Complutensian edition has it, but the Syrian translator reads it much more clearly. And then he has the Greek there, which is his love in us. The love of him in us. Okay, so it's not just the Complutensian, it's the Syriac as well, and he is translating. He's actually translated back into Greek and looking at that. So that's quite interesting. So, I would have to look more into why he mentions Romans 5:8. So perhaps it's because it's similar writing. Okay, let's get the Greek. Romans 5:8. We'll match these together. I'll show you what I'm doing. Greek. Okay, so I'm going to grab Romans 5:8 from Scrivener's, and I might just throw it into a, oops, I can't edit that. I can edit this. I'll just throw it into a document for the moment. Okay, the love of God. It's interesting. Okay, we'll go to 1 John 3:16. Throw that in the mix. Greek. And okay, so we have the hotheos there, to theou. We have the agape here. Okay, interesting. Let's go back to our article. I don't think he has actually put this in because of internal evidence at Romans 5:8. I think he's just pointing out that that's what's said there. So that would be my first thing that I would investigate. Is he actually saying that that's internal evidence? That's why I'm changing this verse here. That would be the first thing I study. It's saying the Complutensian Bible has it. It doesn't mean that he doesn't have any other places of the other manuscripts. Perhaps he's just pointing out, hey, the Complutensian has it. And then he's talking about the Syrian. And so the Syriac, I'm just going to search for these exact Greek words that only appear there, which makes me wonder. I will get the 1582. Okay, so we're there already, and we're going to go to the 3:16 mark. So we're already at 5. Let's just jump back a couple of pages. $3.16. No, that's 4. Sorry. Yeah, it was 4. 16. Next page. Okay. So all right, so we have quite a big footnote here, but it starts here. Okay. Now I'm just going to double check and make sure it's accurate. No slight against Timothy Decker, but just used to, I make mistakes in all these, and so maybe he's got it written here. Okay, here. Okay, you know, it was in the footnote. That's right. Let's go down. Okay, Sic Paulus, Rome 5:8, and Sic Habet, Computensis Edito, Sirius Autumn, Interpres Legit, to Etia, with a little tilde thing, Apparatus. I'm not sure if that's accurate, if the Greek's accurate there. But maybe ChatGPT fixed it. Yeah, it did. That's cool. So it seems like on this printed edition, which is interesting. We're talking about print errors and stuff. We had these type of spacings happen, which that happens. I wouldn't say that's his fault at all. But let's just keep going through. Agapein, Afdu, and Amen. Does have a little bit of extra ice immerse. Okay, maybe that's not relevant. But yeah, it does seem to be very good. So that's good. We can know that there's no mistranslation there or things being left out. So basically he says, let's go back up where he's got it interpreted. He justifies this by both internal evidence. It corresponds with Paul. So I would more so say that is like a just a reference, not that he is basing it on evidence that it's somewhere else in the Bible. Okay. So he's saying he got it from the Complutensian. So and thus the Complutensian has it. So he's saying it's in the Complutensian. It's in the Syriac. And if you read Jan Krams's Beyond What He's Written, Theodore Beza, because Tremelius had done the Syriac Bible, he knew the Syriac language very well. And he often said things like the Syriac is agreeable with the original in many places. In other words, the Syriac Bible follows the Greek that Beza used. Like in many places, it's just in complete agreement. And so he was using that outside of the closed class of witnesses. So the closed class of witnesses being the Greek, being the Latin, being the early church writers in Greek and Latin. But then outside of that, you had translations like the Syriac and Arabic, and so these type of things. But he's saying, okay, it's in the Complutensian polyglot. I guess what Timothy's saying here is, well, that's just one TR witness against all the others, sort of thing. But it is still a witness. Now, perhaps or this is where I would go with this. Okay. So first off, I would examine Romans 5:8 and see whether it is internal evidence or whether it's just a reference. So that would mean looking up all the other editions and making sure there's no, or if there's marginal notes or annotations elsewhere, Erasmus or whatever, this might have been talked about elsewhere, So then I would look at the Complutensian edition. Then I would look to see if this is mentioned in by Stonica, being in the Rhodes Codex. I think it might actually be. Now, I might quickly be able to access that if I go to my Gmail. I don't need to log in, just go to Gmail. Okay, now if I look up, where am I? Where are we? Oops. Oh, yeah. Maybe the next one. Okay, so I can't access. Actually, maybe I should just type in Stonica. First century Latin. So anyway, that's where I'd go. So I obviously can't do this live, but I would look at Stonica and his reply to Erasmus and whether it's in the Rhodes Codex, and I think it is. And then I would look at the Syriac. I would look at Tremellius's version, his 1569 edition. I would look at the Syriac. I would also look at the 1555 Syriac edition. And yeah, I would check those out. So anyway, let's continue to read through this. Even the 1550 edition of Stephanus, containing a textual apparatus in the margin, included the Complutensian's longer reading, yet it did not follow the reading in the text. Thus, Stephanus rejected it in all four of his printed editions. Beza, however, trusted the Complutensian polyglot enough to make this change. Yeah, that's where it says elongating itself. Mind you, it was not in a Greek manuscript that convinced him. In essence, what we have here is the TR tradition elongating itself. Well, I would say if Stonica has mentioned that it's in the Rhodes Codex, then I would say that has quite a lot of weight. I would look at that as well. And so it's a shame I can't access that. I'm just thinking of another way I can access it. I think I found it. Nearly. I didn't find it. Anyway, let's continue. So that's the place that I would go. So therefore, this longer Scrivener TR reading has only one TR witness to support it, the Complutensian polyglot. Well, the thing is, the most people would say that the Stephanus edition, that before that you basically got Erasmus. So Erasmus, he's gone through his edition. Stephanus, he knows of this issue and he's put it in the margin. And so then they're probably waiting for more attestation. And so I guess it's just looking at other manuscripts to see, where it is, etc. So he's saying this is troublesome. Okay, so what I find sometimes is like issues like this, many times, even just with what's written in the small little marginal thing itself of, okay, Complutensian has it, the Syriac's got it, this type of thing. That's a lot. It's not just nothing, and the thing is, Beza was best friends with Tremellius, who did the Syriac Bible. So it's like, who knows what's there. But then even let's have a quick look at, say, Erasmus's annotations. I'll just go back to the main page of the TR site or books. Okay, where are we? Okay, it's not loading up for me. But I would go back to Erasmus's and look at his annotations to see what he talks about. He might bring that up. He probably could bring it up in his latter editions, so the 1535. So it might be talked about extensively by someone. So it might be something that's already known. And so this is what I find with some issues with the way that Beza did his footnotes. He would usually talk about something, like say I went through the Granville Sharp issue like last weekend, I think it was, or the weekend before. And in 1 Timothy 2:13, sorry, Titus 2:13, he talks about the whole issue. Then in 2 Peter 1:1, he just says, go back to Titus 2:13. So perhaps he actually talks about this issue in Romans 5:8. And it's like a huge issue that he's talking about. He might even talk about this. And this might have been part of a larger conversation. So sometimes, like say with 1 John 5:7, sometimes you're like, well, where's all this other information? And it's like, well, you don't expect things just to be a standalone document. You look at who was involved. You've got Beza, okay, Beza, Tremellius and Junius. Tremellius knew fluent in Hebrew, did this Syriac Bible. Junius fluent in Arabic, and these three guys worked together on a Latin Bible. So they're talking about this stuff all the time, and looking and comparing each other's work. Then you got Stephanus, he's aware of the Complutensian reading. Then you got Erasmus, he's probably made aware of the Complutensian reading through Stunica. And so that's where you need to look at the correspondence between Erasmus and Stunica. And perhaps it's a huge conversation that they've had on this. Perhaps it's in annotations. And so that's where sometimes with a tiny bit of information, we can make a conclusion where I find the more that you just dig on something, you're like, oh, actually, this is quite a huge bit of information here. Or this other thing is a big bit of information. So the thing is, the Complutensian polyglot was reprinted in the Plantin polyglot of 1572, I'm pretty sure it was. So it was still considered a huge deal. A lot of the marginal notes of Stephanus had Complutensian readings. And so these weren't considered as just some weird thing back then. It's like, well, these readings here represent manuscripts. that we probably no longer have access to because of the sack of Rome in 1527, when hundreds, perhaps even thousands of manuscripts were just destroyed. The Rome was sacked. So this is troublesome because there is still not a consensus as to the manuscript that the Complutensian New Testament followed. Okay, so people are saying there's no consensus of what the Complutensian guys followed, so this is troublesome. Where I would just say, well, troublesome to whom? Who's making this a problem? See a helpful overview of Complutensian Polyglot New Testament by Peter M. Head, 10th of January 1514, Complutensian Polyglot New Testament. So it's a part of the, I think it's ETC blog here, and they're talking about the Complutensian issue. Maybe they even have a link to that. Okay. Not really. It's just sort of talking about that issue. Maybe 1 John might come up. 1 John 5:7. No, that's it. So yeah, it's just a link to that article, and that's fine. He cited the editors who claimed ordinary copies were not the archetypes for this impression, but very ancient and correct ones, and of such antiquity that it could be utterly wrong not to own their authority. Okay, he cited the editors. Okay, so they're saying ordinary copies were not the archetypes for this impression, but very ancient and correct ones, and of such antiquity that it could be utterly wrong not to own their authority. Okay, so they're just saying they had old readings. Sweet. Okay, so anyway, let's go back up to where we were. Now I've gone through that one. Okay, so some have suggested minuscules 140, 234, and 432 were used. Okay, so back down to our, I'll just click that, that's easier. See 1520 Complutensian Polyglot Bible, manuscripts.com, Bible resources, early Bibles, Complutensian Polyglot. Of these, only 234 and 432 include 1 John. Okay, so okay, it's got a bit of an error there, but we'll look at that a little bit later in my own time, I guess. So let's go back up. I personally confirm that only 234 and 432 include 1 John, and neither of them follow the longer Complutensian reading. The ECM only lists minuscule 629 to include the longer Love of God reading. Typically, singular readings, if indeed there is no other manuscript support, are to be avoided. So this is one of the problems. Like 629, I'm pretty sure that's Ottobonianus. It's got the reading in it, and the thing is, it's like what I can't understand is people like Mike Holner says, if you're the last one to a garage sale, we call them here a garage sale. You're selling all your junk you got in your garage. If you're the last one there, it's slim pickings. If you're the first one there, you've got lots of stuff. And so when you're looking at if you go through some of my videos, like if you're interested in this and you want to study more into it, go through my videos on the Byzantine school. Okay. Look at the sack of Rome that happened. Look at the disillusionment of the monasteries that happened in England. So many manuscripts were destroyed. So the thing is, Erasmus, Aldous, people of that era, Complutensian guys, had access to manuscripts we no longer have access to. There's quite probably like hundreds of manuscripts that are just gone that are relevant to what we're talking about. So sure, if Erasmus says in his annotations, hey, I looked at this manuscript and there was this one reading or whatever, it's like, and if he says all the details there, we can know what's happened. If it's silent and people are just going, well, all we have today, I've looked on the internet, I Googled it, and there's only 2 manuscripts. It's like, well, obviously that's not the best way to do that. And so, and also what the having Syriac manuscript evidence, it's got to be understood why Beza would have that. It's got to be understood how he would view the Complutensian readings, the strength of those, but also looking at the correspondence between Erasmus and Stunica. That would be the first place that I would go to, and that's what I was actually trying to go to. Maybe I can go to. I keep going back to this. Stunica. Okay. I think I can. Yes, I can. We might even be so close to it. Chapter 3. Yes, I found it. That is so cool. Modern technology. Yes, it has the love of God. There we go. So this is where I would say to Timothy Decker, this is the correspondence between the Complutensian polyglot editor Stunica, and he's talking to Erasmus, and he's saying, so Stunica says in Greek, the codex, the Rhodensian codex, he's saying it says the love of God. So it's not just the Complutensian has it; it has it in this Rhodes Codex, which was brought up many times to Erasmus to say, "Hey, this has got this reading in it. It's got this other reading in it," you know. And so this was seen as an ancient codex. We no longer have it. We don't know where it is. It's gone. But it was in the hands of Stunica. So this is huge evidence. And it was enough to convince them to have the reading in their edition. And they had access to basically the Vatican Library before, in 1527, before the sack of Rome in 1527. So I will put that into the mix there, into the link, if you want to check that out. So I'm glad that that came up. Someone must have been praying for me to get my act together. Okay, so I personally confirmed. So he's saying typically singular readings, if indeed there is no other manuscript supported, are to be avoided. You know, but the thing is, okay, typically this, typically that. Is that type of same rule going to be applied to the critical text, where you've got, like Maurice Robinson's pointed out, 100 places where you basically pieced Vaticanus and Sinaiticus together to get a reading, but there's no manuscript evidence for that reading. There are plenty of places where it's just one manuscript, where it's just Vaticanus says this or Sinaiticus says this, and nothing else on the planet says anything like it. So here we're sort of speculating might just be this one thing. But, you know, perhaps I had lots more information about that. So that's where I would go from there. I would look at Stunica, I would look at Erasmus, and I would look at Erasmus's annotations, which we can probably go through right now. Let's have a quick look. Okay, I'll open it up here. Probably in his latter edition. Hopefully this has his annotations there. Content. Poetry annotations in John. Let's check this out. Second chapter. Or am I looking at the second chapter? Just go back. 766. Sometimes they can be wrong. No, 765. Secundo. I was looking at the second one. Okay, so this is the third. Okay. So looking for the love of God. He doesn't seem to mention it. It doesn't mean he doesn't anywhere else. He could mention it in his reply to Stonica. Okay. But it doesn't look like he is mentioning that particular issue. Okay, so anyway, we'll just keep moving on. What prompted Beza to follow the longer reading with only the Complutensian as his evidence? Well, I guess the weight that Stonica put on the Rhodes Codex, he kept pushing it forward to Erasmus, saying it's in the Rhodes Codex, and Erasmus was like, well, where is this Rhodes Codex? I mean, the thing is, Erasmus, he went around Europe looking for manuscripts, scouring all the libraries, looking for certain readings. And so, but then, see, this is one of the problems. People always try to demonize Erasmus, and pretty much everything that he said has to be questioned. So when I was just saying, well, you know, Stonica and Erasmus are having this conversation, oftentimes you feel like a Lego in there of Hank de Jong or something saying, yeah, but Erasmus didn't like Stonica and Stonica didn't like Erasmus and they hated each other. And there's usually some sort of weird story that goes with it. And that's where I've got to be careful when I'm reading through lots of stuff not to get those stories and make them mine. Sometimes they're just completely baseless. So just sticking with the facts and the stats, it's in the Rhodes Codex. Stonica said it. He knew his stuff. And so, and he was pointing out to Erasmus that it was there. Beza obviously he can look back at all this work that's been done. He can look at Erasmus, he can look at Stonica, he can look at the Complutensian, he can work this out and then go, because perhaps his note is actually saying something like, hey, it's in this Rhodes Codex, so surely there should be translations of this. But then he sees a Syriac translation of it and he's like, that's interesting because that fits in with this and it fits in with that. And understanding that these guys were fluent in Latin, fluent in Syriac, fluent in Greek, it makes a lot of difference than us in using Google Translate and trying to figure out what they said. But also, they're not just fluent in all that; they're fluent in Erasmus's material, in Stephanus's material. Like they're getting the baton from these people. Half the time they knew these people personally. They're talking about this stuff. Henry Stephanus, he's talking to his son. He's his printer. This type of thing. And so there's a lot going on that we've got to take into consideration. Why did he only include it in his final 3 folio editions, but in none of his octavo editions? We may never know these answers, but they are indeed oddities in the TR tradition at 1 John. Okay, so he's saying that it's not in any of his octavo editions. I would beg to differ there. Now, I know that some people, like when I debated Stephen Boyce, he said, well, there's a 1611 Beezer edition that doesn't have Revelation 16:5 in it, blah, blah, blah. And so he made up this story that the editors, they hated the reading. So when Beezer died, they're like, let's just print it without that reading in it, and sort of snuck around, And then I looked at it and was like, no, this is actually the 1565 edition reprinted. And so I guess we've just got to be careful of whether we're looking at an octavo edition or we're looking at an actual reprint of something earlier. So that's what I would question with this information. So, but yeah. Anyway, so that's sort of looking at the issue of 1 John 3:16. So let's continue to move on. I'm still got some breath in me, so I'm going to continue. I'll jump into some of these comments. Pastor Brett says David Daniels did a video on the differences between the different copies. They are all the same. Okay. Got to fly all. Lots of driving to do. Cheers, Brett. Thanks for the super chat there, or the donation. That was great. Yeah, and best of, for want of better words, best of luck on your wedding, or be blessed with your wedding. Okay, just going through some of these comments. An example of a supposed hard to understand word amiss. There will be a T next to the word with the rendering of wrong for an explanation at the end of the verse. Okay. Oh, that's very cool. Yeah, if you've got any info like that. Because, see, sometimes people have done all that type of work, and it's, like you're saying, it's just sitting in some rare Bible that you've got on your shelf and hardly anyone knows about it. Just because it didn't become popular, no one knows. And it'd be great to have all that information at our fingertips. So question by AD33, Revolution, how close do you think Erasmus got to be done? Sorry, how close do you think Erasmus got to be done in by the Pope? Got to be. I'm not sure what the question actually is, but if you're sort of asking how close you think he was to Pope Leo, I think he knew all of these people, like personally. He knew Henry VIII. He was right up there with these people. And someone like Pope Leo, I mean, these Medicis were very influential. They knew what Erasmus was doing. They knew of his work. And a lot of these, we're not talking about like popes of today. The popes of those days were very well educated. They knew Latin, Greek, many different languages. And at times you'll find that sometimes you'll be reading through the biography of someone like Erasmus, and he will have taught, like Aldous or something. He's taught some kids, and one of them becomes a pope. It's this type of thing. That's the type of environment that they were in. And so a lot of these guys actually knew each other, which is quite interesting. When I did the Revelation 16:5 book, and I put together the material on the Syriac Bible, it was quite interesting that a pope, he was only pope for like 23 days or something, and then it was Then he died, and some people say he got poisoned. But one of the first things he did was he commissioned the Syriac Bible to be done, which got done. But he died after he commissioned it to be done, and so it was like his main thing to do was do the Syriac Bible, which is quite interesting, I know they gave harassment some leniency because he was like the cream of the crop. So Erasmus was the best scholar in Europe. So you're sort of looking at absolutely legendary status. So say someone like today, like say I just pulled off the shelf the Cambridge Encyclopedia to the English Language by David Crystal. Now David Crystal, he's a Catholic, but you sort of almost overlook that because of what he says about the language is so amazing. It's so good. It's so like even when I did my first Easter article in 2005, he helped me with it. I was in email correspondence with him, and he read through my article and said it was good and it was accurate. And so, but at the time, I didn't know he's a Catholic. I didn't really even know who he was. I was just like emailed him, and he's written probably 150 books on the English language. He's legendary. And so, but I guess the thing is, he's a Catholic, the thing is, like we're looking at Erasmus, but Erasmus was sort of like the first one just to sort of print it, even though he wasn't the first. The Complutensian guys were the first, but his edition came out a year before Luther. So it's not like he could just go and join some other church or whatever. And a lot of the people who were around him became major players in the Reformation. And he wrote books about the Pope going to hell, and like his books were put on the forbidden list by the Catholic Church. So he's his own little monster. You've got the Protestants doing their thing, Luther's, doing a whole bunch of stuff, and some you're like, yeah, that's great. Some you're like, no, that's weird. But Zwingli's doing his stuff, and then and you've got Erasmus sort of in there doing his own stuff. But in the meanwhile, he's just so happens to be world-leading expert in Latin and Greek at the time, and he's done this New Testament. And the Complutensian guys are right alongside him doing that. And that's just the basis. So then we can look back at all this material and go, wow, let's examine all this and let's use it, not just reject it because it's, he was part of a Catholic church. The whole of Europe was Catholic. And then, I mean, who would you join or would you just stay independent? like the thing is, you're like, yay, the Luther's doing this, and then Luther starts doing all this weird stuff, and you're like, should I join him? And anyway, let's continue. So Calvin says, after watching Dan Hafley's interview on Dwayne Green's channel, it came as no surprise that the King James Bible Research Council let him go. His views on the King James Bible text is not that different from Ward's on certain things. Yeah, I sort of found he was a bit vague about he's using words like majority text and stuff, Byzantine, and it's sort of like, where are you going with that? He needs to be a little bit more nuanced. But then if you listen to the Bryan Ross interview that he did with Dan Hafley, that he asks some specific questions about that and says some people have gotten their knickers in a knot about what you said. So he was sort of saying, well, my majority text includes sort of like Syriac and stuff like I was like, okay, well, I guess he needs to really articulate it better to people who are just asking direct questions. And I would just say, okay, I'll go with the underlying Greek text of the King James. Which TR does he go with? Or does he go with the TR? Like it just seemed like he was more like we're still got manuscripts we're looking at or something. I still couldn't really go, okay, I've pinpointed it. He's been very concise there. But maybe I need to re-listen to that interview with Bryan Ross. AD 33. It's probably hidden in the Vatican basement. The Rhodes Codex, yes, it could be. Who knows, or it could have been one of those manuscripts that's just gotten destroyed throughout time. From my studies, Calvin says, Erasmus never sought to leave the Roman Catholic Church, but just wanted to reform certain doctrines within Catholicism. I don't think he was ever thought of as a danger by El Papa. So I think it was later on. Well, they actually did a witch hunt in 1527, the Valladolid Conference. Valladolid Conference, where they questioned whether he was a Trinitarian or not. So it was quite interesting. Little witch hunt they did in Spain. They examined the works of Erasmus. They were looking at him, seeing whether he was orthodox or not. Reform probably isn't the right word, probably more like change certain doctrines such as indulgences. And I think the thing is, when I look at Luther, like he was a monk for years and years, like fully indoctrinated. And then he's like, okay, I've got a few things right. He's written his 95 Theses, but he's still wrong on lots of things. And this is one of the things. He was wrong on things until the day he died. So to me, Erasmus coming out of that whole thing as well, he's got baggage. And yeah, if you're in like the Jehovah's Witnesses for like 40 years and then you come out, it's not like the next day you're like, yeah, you're just sprouting good doctrine. You're like, I'm trying to work this out. And I think, there were some people who just, they were able to drop a lot of this rubbish. Some people, it took them a long time. I mean, if you're raised up as a child, chanting things to Mary, talking to Mary, and all of a sudden it's like, hang on, I shouldn't even talk to her. It's like, I'm talking to a piece of concrete, a rock you painted as Mary. It's like, what am I doing? Some people, they get it. Other people, they're like, it takes them a while to get through that, So that's how I see these people, as just sort of like coming out of complete darkness. I mean, Europe was stooped in horrible Catholic traditions for a long time. Erasmus criticized the papacy directly, and things like Julius Exclusus. Erasmus also kissed the papacy, but by dedicating his Greek New Testament to Pope Leo. Well, I think the thing is, you had to sort of dedicate it. Like you look at Beza, all of his editions are dedicated to Queen Elizabeth. I mean, would we say Queen Elizabeth was just an outstanding moral, like the English military at the time were involved in robbing Spanish ships filled with gold. Like that, some of the King James translation was able to be done because of robberies that Elizabeth was involved with, and knew that they'd gone and robbed Spanish ships, found them filled with gold. It's completely immoral. I mean, but it's like, that's just the way history is. And it's like, well, that was used to fund the King James. I guess it's like, someone, earning their money through some sort of military activity where it wasn't right. But then they're using that money to put in the church plate and people are able to go preaching or something. It's like, well, it's a messy world. And so, yeah, Erasmus dedicated to the Pope. I mean, Beza dedicated to Elizabeth. It's, yeah. So, yes, he was smart in that he dedicated his influential 1516 translation of the New Testament to Pope Leo X, indicating his desire to work with and seek the endorsement of the church hierarchy. Erasmus was a smart cookie, know how to play those politics. Okay. So I'm just skipping over some of these. If it were not for you, Nick and Will Kenny, I don't know if I would ever have changed my mind on the Easter thing being a pagan holiday. Thank you, brother. Yeah, no worries. I was the same. I thought it was pagan. So Valladolid, yes, that's it. Valladolid, CA, has said that's how we should pronounce it. What do you think about the accounts of the Waldensians covertly sharing with Catholics? Do you think they had a hand in helping the Reformation take place? Yeah, I think the Waldensians, the more that Europe saw the light, and Geneva, Beza was in contact with these guys. Calvin was in contact with these guys. I think they just assimilated into the Christian communities. The only reason they were really in hiding was because there was such a Roman Catholic influence, and they would have just been killed if they had come out of hiding. So then all of a sudden you got pockets of Europe that have become Protestant. So people are, Protestant, with that, the scare quotes. So they joined these groups, and I think that's when they just sort of disappeared. And so I think Pope Leo X bankrolled his work. I'm not sure about that. He'd made quite a lot of money with his other books, enough to, and he was quite wealthy. And I'm not sure if Pope Leo X had financially supported him. But anyway, so where are we up to? Should I finish it here, or should I continue through? I think we'll just continue for a little bit. Yeah. 1 John 2:6. A far less important oddity within the TR tradition is found at 1 John 2:6. Holagun and Aftu. I won't read all that Greek. The TR is often considered a less reliable text because it is far cleaner according to the rules of spelling and grammar. The assumption is that later scribes would be more likely to fix the Greek than leave it as it is. To illustrate this fixing, I will offer an analogous English spelling matter. In English, when the indefinite article a precedes a word that starts with a vowel, such as apple, the article changes to an, ergo an apple, not a apple. So likewise with Greek, it formally does something similar with a final sigma when preceding words that start with a vowel. Okay. However, the sigma could be removed if the following word started with a consonant. Such is the case for the word utu or utos, which is how the standard New Testament Greek lexicon BDAG renders this entry. It can include the final sigma or leave it off. At 1 John 2:6, the Scrivener TR of 1881 neatly reads uto peri patin, as the final sigma is left off due to the next word beginning with a consonant. However, inexplicable it is to me, of all the editions of the TR tradition that I have transcribed, only one matches the spelling of Scrivener's 1881 edition, the 1518 Aldine edition, making a near unique Scrivener reading, or what I call a Scrivenerism. Okay. Okay, so we'll just keep going through it. This Aldine spelling is more than curious, for this 1518 edition is based on the 1516 edition and follows it very closely, even down to such spelling matters. Yet the Aldine 1518 edition leads off the sigma at 1 John 2:6. According to the front matter and appendix, Scrivener had access to the Aldine edition, though he does not cite it at this location. It could be that he arrived at this spelling on his own. Perhaps he was following some manuscript that supports that reading. The CNTTS apparatus lists 1244 and 2197 as reading Utu, but the overwhelming majority of Greek manuscripts and TR editions have the more common Utus. But for reasons I can only speculate, Scrivener used the correct spelling, even though nearly the entire tradition is against it. Well, I would just suggest that if you read the preface to Scrivener's 1580 or 1581 edition, he clearly says there are places where he doesn't make any note that he's changed the text, but he's just amended it according to the common way of rendering the Greek at his time. So maybe I can quickly get the edition up. So let's look at, actually it'll be, where are we? If I go back to my books page, and we can go to Scrivener. Actually, I've got it. Yeah, I've got it on my website, but that would be weird. Liberty Park. So they're downloads, or I don't really want to download it because then I'll just it'll suckle the bandwidth. Maybe I can just type in Scrivener 1881 Greek. Yeah, actually, I've got links on my own website here. Hath he trust to be good? Yeah, this one. Okay. So we're looking at the preface of Scrivener. So he mentions some words at the end. So he's talking about he's fixed the errors of the press, which often occur in Beza's New Testament of 1598. They've been silently corrected. So he's corrected, some of these issues. In all other respects not mentioned already, that standard has been closely abided by, save only that in accordance with modern usage, the reflective oddity has been represented as part of speech or quotations of which it introduces, and the aspirated forms of do, of do, of don have been discarded. In very few words, Margariptai, the more recent and proper accentuation has been followed. Lastly, where Beza has been inconsistent, the form which appeared the better of the two has been retained constantly. So he's gone through and fixed some of these issues where there are the smooth breathing, rough breathing issues, accent marks, etc. So he's amended them. So it says, but for reasons I can only speculate, Scrivener used the correct spelling, even though nearly the entire TR tradition is against it. Okay, so Perry. Okay, so I just want to make sure that I'm seeing what's happening here. Okay, so Scrivener. So I've got Scriveners here. So let's go down and check this out. Okay, that's Peter. Where was it? It was in 2.6. Man, I've got so many things open. It's embarrassing. 2.6. Okay, we're in 3. Go back to 2.6. Should be right there. Okay. Cool. Perry Patin. Okay, so that's how Aldous has it. Erasmus has Perry Patin. I'm pretty sure that's just Patin. Okay, so he says 1518, it's based on Erasmus, so it follows it closely, even down to spelling matters. But the 1518 leaves off the sigma at 2.6. Okay, so saying it leaves it off. I can't see any sigma there. He's talking about the word before hand. Yes, so sorry, I was looking at this word peripatin. So we're looking at the utos or utu or utus. So here we have utu and here we have utus. Okay, with the sigma. Okay, so that makes sense. And here we have it there with a little note, because he did say that Scrivener doesn't note this. But he does. In the Westcott and Hort text, that entire word is omitted. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so I'll just read through this again. According to the front matter and appendix, Scrivener had access to Aldine's edition. Although he does not cite it at this location, it could be that he arrived at this spelling on his own. Perhaps he was following some manuscript that supports the reading, and then he's got these other ones. Most have the sigma there, but for reasons I can only speculate, Scrivener. Okay, so basically it's just saying Scrivener corrected that spelling. Okay, so it's not really even much of an issue. That's fine. We'll just move on. Instability within the Textus Receptus tradition itself. While there are a few places in the TR tradition where Scrivener's 1881 has very little support among those of the tradition, at other times there is an inconsistency among the TR editions, making it feel shakier and less stable. I mean, what could be more shaky than the last 12 verses of Mark missing from 2 manuscripts? And it has room for it in those manuscripts. It's like, anyway. But see, this is, it's not neutral. Obviously, he's trying to make out that the TR is very shaky and there's hardly any support. And, you know, what we have is just a house of cards, and you just remove one card and the whole thing's going to collapse. And, I mean, to me, this is just, Scrivener he used the Greek of his time. When you go to 1 John 3:16, you've got Complutensian, you've got Codex, the Rhodes Codex, you've got Stephanus in his margin mentioning this, you got Beza mentioning it, and he's also looking at the Syriac because his friend was probably the world leading expert in the Syriac language, did a Syriac Bible in 1569. So they're looking at these things, and so to me, there's not this shaky, like if he's looking at his tradition, and I'm assuming that he's a critical text guy, not a majority text guy, or anything. What was the word? A micro majority text. That's what I'm going to call them now. Micro majority text advocates, because they have a micro glimpse of the majority text. So they don't have all the majority text. They have a micro glimpse of that, and they're going with those, the majority of those manuscripts, not the majority of text. So that's interesting. Okay, so while there are a few places in the Tower tradition where the Scrivener's 1881 has little support among those of the tradition, and when we're saying little support, it's like, well, little support that we have in our hands today. Because if they're talking about, hey, we got this reading and it says this, says that, blah, 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 that's evidence. Where just because those manuscripts are no longer, we're no longer able to look them up on Google or something, doesn't mean they don't exist. And the thing is, too, we're only really looking at the Greek. You could have, 500 manuscripts with this reading in Latin. We haven't even thought about that. Or early church writing quotations. And that's the thing. It's like everything's got to be taken into the historical context of what these guys were doing. Because oftentimes what you'll find is these guys are like, let's do a head count of some manuscripts. Oh, there's only 5 with it. Well, it just depends. If there's only 50 manuscripts of that chapter there, like say with Revelation 16:5, there were only 4 manuscripts before the 10th century that had Revelation 16:5, and that there was 3 different readings. So it's like, which one do you go with, sort of thing. And so that's why I was saying, well, that's why we look at the Latin. That's 9th century, 8th century. We look at commentaries. We look at everything. Okay, so he's looking at these 2. He's saying it's going to be shaky. It's going to make it feel less. Make it feel shakier and less stable. So he's mentioning 2 more. 1 John 1, 2, 3, and 5. The unique spelling at 2.6. Many are familiar with Scrivener's 1881 edition of Angelia, message, instead of Epangelia, promise, at 1 John 1:5. As so many other editions of a TR tradition, of course, one could argue that the difference is minimal. However, the meaning of the word is very different, and the context does not fit promise at all. Additionally, 1 John 2:25, both the noun form of epangelia as well as its verbal cognate epangeliato appear, while at 3:11 John switches back to angelia. Therefore, John made a distinction between the 2 words when he wanted to use the various terms. That makes this a more consequential inconsistency among the TR tradition. Okay, so he's not really giving that much information there, but I'll keep reading through. Perhaps he does. So he's just saying the unique spelling. Okay, so, and like I just pointed out in the preface, Scrivener, he used the standards of his day. So he went through Beza's and said, well, we're going to go with this. And so he might go against all the TR editions to update that. It's a bit like spelling something like S-O-N-N-E, sun, in the King James. Well, today we just have S-O-N. It doesn't mean it's wrong, and this is the thing. He's saying there's these huge differences in these Greek words. Well, I guess we'll just have to go through them and just check them out. What makes this strange in the TR tradition is that Scrivener's 1881 TR, along only maybe it should say with one other TR edition, Collinnaeus's 1534, have the Angelia reading. And it's not as though the more popular TR reading of Epangelia is unattested among the manuscripts. A quick scan of NA28 will demonstrate that. Rather, it is strange that almost universally the TR tradition followed the more standard Epangelia reading while Scrivener and Collinnaeus departed. In fact, the appendix of Scrivener's 1881 TR he cites as justification for his rendering Collinnaeus 1534, the Latin Vulgate, and Tyndale's Tidings translation. On the other hand, the TR tradition's reading of Promise, Epangelia, is said to be Ceteri Omnes, or all the rest. Okay, so maybe this is a change because he's talking about Scrivener at the end of his edition in his appendix. So I'll try and find that. Okay, where are we? Here. So we were looking at 2.6. 2.6. No, we've already looked at that. No, that is what we're looking at, 2.6. Maybe that's a typo. Oh no, like the spelling. 1.5, sorry. Okay. 1.5 here. Angelia. Okay, so he has an Scrivener has an asterisk here, which means that this is something that he has changed. And see, a lot of people don't realize how Scrivener made his Bible or his Greek edition. When you see it have an asterisk like this, but the reading is like that, that means he's changed it and amended it from Beza's edition, because he feels that the way the King James translators translated it, it was it was a certain way, and so it should read this. This should reflect more so the underlying Greek text of the King James than Beza's text. So that's why it has this asterisk here, and then you can you don't go down the bottom of the page, but you go to the appendix at the back. Okay, so it seems like that's what Timothy has done. When you see a word like this, that eumon, here it has amon in the text, not margin, and so that is a Westcott and Hort departure. Okay, so just so you know that. So let's go to the very end of this book. Okay, here we have 1 John 1:5. Now, I'd have to make that a bit smaller so we can fit it. Epangelia, okay, in all editions. So confer to 225 and 311. So that's pretty much what he does in the article there. I might have written about this. Let's just check my website. I haven't worked on this issue for a long time. Ah, yes, I've actually done the homework here. Wow. I wonder when I did that. It must have been years ago. So Scrivener has Angelia, but Beza has Epangelia. Angelia simply means message, where Epangelia has the meaning of promise, but also of an announcement. I think Scrivener is splitting hairs here, seeing Stephanus has Epangelia just as Beza does, and the Geneva and bishops both have tidings from that reading. The noun tidings is simply an announcement of an event. From the late Old English tidang, which is an event, an occurrence, a piece of news. This stems from the verbal noun from the Old English tidan, meaning to happen. So if we compare God's tidings are just his announcement to God's message, is there really any difference? So there you go. I didn't know that I'd already studied that and already had an answer to it. So no doubt, it seems like he's looked at that. Let's just go through it again. Okay, so he's talking about this issue. He's saying, Angelia message instead of Epangelia promise at 1 John 5:8. 1 John 5:8. 1 John 1:5. As so many other readings among the TR tradition, of course, one could argue that the difference is minimal. However, the meaning of the word is very different. Okay. Well, see, that's the thing. That's where I would just go, like, obviously on my website, I'm like, Scrivener's wrong. Beza's right. The King James guys are right. Word message, glad tidings, the message of good news means the same thing. Scrivener's just changed it for whatever reason. I don't think it needed to be changed. So as so many other editions of the TR tradition, okay, of course, one could argue that the difference is minimal. However, the meaning of the word is very different, and the context does not fit promise at all. Additionally, at 1 John 2:25, both the noun form of Epangelia as well as its verbal cognate epingelato appear, while at John 3:11, John switches back to Angelia. Therefore, John made a distinction between the two words when he wanted to use the various terms. That makes a more consequential inconsistency among the TR tradition. So this is the thing. It's a TR tradition. Instead of going, Scrivener, he did these type of updates, but that doesn't change the underlying text of the King James. This is 250 years after the fact. So if he's looking at it, and Scrivener was a critical text guy, hanging around with Westcott and Hort and other, people, Unitarians and others, and he didn't get everything right. And I've made a whole web page going through his 190 issues. I haven't gone through every single one, but where I have gone through, I think I've made a pretty good claim of the whole thing of, say something like this, the message is just tidings, like glad tidings. What would you say that is? It's a good message, Anyway, let's just keep going. What makes this strange in the TR tradition is that Scrivener's 1881 TR, along with other TR, only one other TR edition, Colonnaeus 1534 edition, have the Angelia reading, and it's not as though the more popular TR reading of Epangelia is attested among the manuscripts. A quick scan of NA 28 will demonstrate that. Rather, it is strange that almost universally the TR tradition followed the more standard Epangelia reading, while Scrivener and Colonnaeus departed. In fact, the appendix of Scrivener's 1881, he cites as justification for his rendering Colonnaeus the Latin Vulgate, and Tyndale's Tidings translation. Okay, so he does have a footnote here, so let's check it out. In the appendix, which marks the place where his TR departs from Beza's major 1598 edition to agree with the King James Version, it says 1 John 1:5, and so that's what he's got there. Okay, so that I showed that on my website. On the other hand, the TR traditions of promise, Epangelia, is said to be all the rest. Okay. So then we see this instability gets more complicated when we stretch backwards to include 1 John 1:2-3. Those three verses alone, 1 John 1, 2, 3, and 5, use many words with the same gelia root, whether nouns or verbs, while the TR tradition at 1 John 1:2 typically reads Apangeliomon, we announce, Erasmus, all editions, Aldine, etc. They and all these other ones, they read Katangeliomon. Hang on. Kata Angelomen. We proclaim, we announce, while the Complutensian polyglot reads Epangeliomen, we publicly notify by authority. Okay, so he's got the footnote here. For these terms, consult Little Scott and Jones. I think I've got that one. It's there somewhere. Are all synonyms of one another, and the spelling is very similar, but which is it? Well, so this is the thing. It's like, okay, well, this Erasmus has got this one, and Aldous has this one, this other one has this one, and it's like, obviously they're different editions. The changing of, like, no one's saying that the Textus Receptus editions are all the same, or except for one guy for the King James Bible Research Council who said that they were only cleaning up spelling errors or something. And I was like, oh, that's different. I heard that the other day and I was just cringing, like, I've never heard that before. So this is getting more inconsistent, apparently. All are synonyms of one another, and the spelling is very similar, but which is it? The next verse is 1 John 1:3. The TR tradition again reads, Apangeliomon, we announce. However, Beza's last two minor octavo editions of 1590 and 1604 read Apangeliomon, we publicly notify by authority, while Scrivener appealed to 1 John 2:25 and 3:11. To compare with 1:5, there is essentially no variation among the TR tradition there. However, there is a great deal of instability at 1 John 1:2-5 when it comes to the words with the Agelia root. Okay. So, I mean, okay, let's look at what I have here with Scriveners. So we can see the issue. Scriveners changed it to this, where most of the time they have this. And, like, in all honesty, most of the time, if you just go with that reading, it translates to what the King James has. But so he's looking at all these English editions and he's going, okay, Wycliffe has the telling. Tyndale, he has tidings. Matthew has tidings. Bishops has tidings. So it's like, well, message and tidings, well, they're different. You know, King James has message. It's not tidings. But then when you study the word tidings, it means message. So this is the problem with Scrivener. He's looking at the English going, I think it's different there. I think that should be this word here, not this word here. But clearly, tidings and message are synonymous. The message or the tidings. Okay, so maybe I can look up the word tidings. Okay, King James Bible Dictionary, tidings. Behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy. Okay, so let's look at Luke 2:10. We'll just bring that up. Maybe I can go to Textus Receptus Bibles. Oops, that's the library. Interlinear. Luke 2:10. News, tidings, news, tidings, tidings. So I'm just trying to see what else can be translated as. Preach, Wessex, tidings. Okay, so let's go to Bible Hub. We'll just see how this is translated. Good news. News. So tidings and news seem to be synonymous in these modern Bibles. Seems like every other one has news. Tidings, news, tidings. God's Word translation, a message. News. So this is what I find, like sometimes Scrivener's just gone overboard with something. And tidings, news, tidings, proclaim, bringing you good news, glad tidings, proclaim, news. So I think you get the drift. I'll shut those down. So they had the word tidings there. They could have used that, but they've used the word message. The King James translators, I might just read through this again. Scrivener has angelia, but Beza has epangelia. Angelia simply means message, where epangelia has the meaning of promise, but also of an announcement. I think Scrivener is splitting hairs here, seeing Stephanus has epangelia just as Beza does, and Geneva and bishops both have tidings from that reading. Okay. The noun tidings is simply an announcement of an event. From the late Old English tidang, which is an event, an occurrence, a piece of news. This stems from the verbal noun from Old English tidan, meaning to happen. If we compare God's tidings, God's tidings are just his announcement to God's message. Is there any real difference? Is there really any difference? So Timothy is saying this is huge. This is making, he says here, makes it feel shakier and less stable. It's like, oh, we're losing stability here. We've got these wrong words, and it's like, I'm just not seeing it. And I just think Scrivener went overboard as I've mentioned on my website, it's probably been up there for maybe 10 years, that information. And so it's not news, like to me anyway, you know. But this is the way that he's viewing it, so that's fine. We've all got our own point of view. So yeah, he's asking, you know, which is it? I would just say it's the underlying text, which is most probably Beza's is correct. I'll just catch up on some of the comments. Bankroll Erasmus's is work. Or bankrolled his work, yeah. Calvin says, I did notice that even Scrivener referred to the Bible as the AV and not the KJV as late as 1881 in that preface. Yeah, I guess it's probably the more scholarly way to talk about it. And in those circles, having an abbreviation, especially when you're doing like a collation of something, to say that something was the, you know, the Erasmus, like an ER or something like that, or like the received text or TR, you know, just having that type of standard was a pretty big thing for those guys. Because if you had something too long, it could, it takes up a lot more space, but also if you have something different each time when you're referencing, it's like he's talking about a TR here, he's talking about the received text, the RT here, which is that, you know, so having that type of standard really helped. Okay, so so in the next verse, 1 John 1:3, the TR tradition again reads, Apengelomen, we announce, however, Beza's last two minor octavos, 1590 and 1604, read Epengelomen. We publicly notify by authority. While Scrivener appealed to those, it is essentially no variation among the TR tradition there. However, there's a great deal of instability in 1 John 1:2-5 when it comes to the words with the Galia root. I think Scrivener's splitting hairs here and pretty much has made an error. And I would say that this is sort of a bit of a nothing burger, in all honesty. So, okay, so then we're talking about the Commuhanium. So let's have a quick look at that. 1 John 5:7-8. As a final example of the instability of the TR tradition, or maybe better, its evolution, we end where we began with this article, the Johannine comma of 1 John 5:7-8. I'll not get into the manuscript situation here, which is, he's got that link to Elijah Hixson's material. And Elijah Hixson did an okay job. I mean, I'd say that, like, there is a lot of other information that he could go into. And he does try to make out every manuscript is Catholic, which is weird. It's like a chick tract, you know, every group is, you know, Jesuit. However, as it pertains to the TR tradition, the text certainly developed over time to read as it would eventually appear in Scrivener's 1881 TR. Below is a rough presentation of the TR tradition and critical apparatus of 1 John 5:7-8. Okay, yeah, so this is the type of thing. So, into Irenu, Hopata, Hologos, Kaitu, Agion, Numa. And so, yeah, we see, yeah, he's putting in these type of readings. So, if it seems confusing and convoluted, that is because the TR tradition is very much so here at this notorious passage. When I say the text evolved or developed, I mean that very literally. Among the TR tradition, the well-known phrase would not appear exactly as it does in Scrivener's final TR form until Stephanus's fourth and final 1551 edition. And even then, later editions, such as some of Beza's, would revert. Now, if we were to ignore the final variation of the last word of verse 8, a final nu, then we could move this earlier to the second edition of Stephanus. I mean, if you're talking about a movable nu, I mean, that was just an editorial choice, you know. But anyway, we'll keep going through. So most notably, the inclusion of the comma did not begin until Erasmus's third edition of 1522. And even then, it reads almost perfectly with the Latin Vulgate, omitting the articles. Latin has no articles, and following the Latin word order. So you hear this all the time, but anyway, we'll keep going through. In his fourth and fifth editions, he would include the Greek articles, but still maintain the Latin word order. However, so there's always just this thing of going back to the Latin, when clearly, if you read his annotations, he said he had the Codex Britannicus, which is not Codex Montfortianus, by the way. Codex Britannicus is a different manuscript. It's very clear. The Greek is different there. And so, saying it's got no articles, well, if you look at the Greek, there were no articles in verse 8 either, like in, say, Codex Ottobonianus. Or which one am I thinking of? If you look at verse 8, oftentimes there's no articles there either. So that has to be taken into consideration. Was verse 8 copied from the Latin? No, it's in the Greek. So why would they copy it from the Latin? But they didn't copy over the articles. And so sometimes just going no articles means Latin is not the case. In his fourth and fifth editions, you would include the Greek articles, still maintain the Latin word order. However, Aldine, Gerbelius, and Colineus did not include the Trinitarian formula at all, most probably because they're going by Erasmus's earlier editions. The first Stephanus edition, 1546, would transpose a couple of the words. The final three minor octavo editions of Beza would add a word. The Complutensian polyglot traversed its own unique path. Okay, and from my perspective, as someone who's looked into lots of TR issues, interesting. You know what I mean? But like, I go with Beza's. You know what I mean? It's like we're talking about the beginning of Greek printing. So people were just getting like anything they could just to get, okay, well, let's get this into print. And then they were working on this text for a long time. And so to go to, it's almost like sometimes it's viewed as everyone all had exactly the same information. They were all given the same abilities and the same printing and the same time frame, but they all just came out with different things. It's like, no, there's a progression. So you can easily just see why Aldus hasn't got the reading, because he's influenced by Erasmus, and these other ones as well. And, they're not even really worth mentioning. And so, I'm not sure about these octavo editions of Beza. I mean, I can look them up right now. I've got them in front of me. We can go to the octavo edition, 1604, etc. Maybe I should. I'll just go to one. But then again, I'm not exactly sure what the issue is here. He's saying it would add a word. So, okay, which word? So I can't really look that up, without spending ages and ages, So now I readily admit that the variations among the 30 editions of a TR that I consulted are very minor. Most differences are omissions of the Greek article, changing word order for Holy Spirit, or adding "and" to the list of heavenly witnesses. Yet these differences reflect the likelihood that the Johannine comma developed over time and actually arose from the Latin text handed down from the Western Church. So this is the thing. It's like, well, okay, so because there are changes, like they were looking at manuscripts, they were looking at things. And I guess if you go with the modern critical text story, they only had, your Codex Britannicus had it. The Complutensian guys were lying or whatever, so they never had anything. And then Codex Britannicus magically becomes Codex Montfortianus like 300 years later, which has a different reading, but it's like, okay, well, that's the one, apparently. It differs from his annotations. But then there's just nothing ever. You know what I mean? And it's it just goes against the history of what's been said, what's been spoken, what's been written, just to fit in this narrative, which was probably, this type of narrative was created by Unitarians around the time of, Westcott and Hort, just before then. Okay, so I might go to my website. I think that'll be the best place to go. Now, I'm going to shut some of these down. I've got so many things open. Okay. I'll go to... Now, where was I going to go? I was going to go to 1 John 5:7, which I can easily go to here. Okay. I'll keep trying that link. Because I'm pretty sure I have all the TR editions, all the major ones anyway, up there. So, and I know Erasmus's 1522 did not have the articles, but then 1527 did have the articles. And that is probably influenced by the Complutensian polyglot writings as well. Now, so I just read through that. Okay, now I readily admit that among the 30 editions of the TR that I consulted, it's very minor. Most differences are omissions of the Greek article, changing word order for Holy Spirit, or adding "and" to the list of heavenly witnesses. Yet these differences reflect the likelihood that the Johannine comma developed over time and actually arose from the Latin text handed down from the Western Church. But the point here is, again, one of stability. It is more than fair to say that the inclusion of the heavenly witnesses in this Trinitarian formula is a staple to the TR tradition. Even the small variations among the various TR editions that depart from the common TR reading are extremely minor in terms of meaning and translation. I only include them here to be thorough and to show that the TR is not as uniform as is so often claimed. So 9 here says, another example of this, my guest article at the Evangelical Textual Criticism blog, a critical apparatus for the Textus Receptus tradition, March 2024, addressed this. So I think I actually went through that material. I can't remember. And like nearly all printed Greek New Testaments, there is development and change over time with the goal of getting it right. Okay. Calvin believed this to be the case, as he himself likely changed Greek New Testaments over time. He would say of this passage's inclusion, it is found in the best and most approved copies. So that's Calvin saying that in his commentary at 1 John 5:7. Likely meaning printed editions. Some have argued that Calvin was dissatisfied with the 1534 text of Collinnaeus. So that's the argument that Jeff Riddle brings out, which omitted the Johannine comma and which would switch to either Erasmus's 4th edition or Stephanus's 1546 edition. Okay, so sometimes he'd read Collinnaeus, then sometimes he'd read Erasmus's 4th or Stephanus's 1546. So that's what Calvin would do at times. And so C. Parker's Calvin's New Testament commentaries. And I would also say just type in Jeff Riddle, Calvin, Collinnaeus, and you'll get his blog spot that talks about that as well. If that is the case, then Calvin commented on a general form of the Comma Johanneum, but not its final form as found in the Scrivener TR, inconsequential as these early editions may differ. Okay, so sorry, I began the sentence there. So inconsequential as these earlier editions may differ. Not only that, but he pursued a printed Greek New Testament that reflects what he felt was a better text. Should we not also do likewise? Well, it's a bit different when you're going with something that obviously has been omitted. Arians have omitted it. This is what Jerome said. Jerome basically said that anything to do with a reflection of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit in the Septuagint has been amended. And when you go through the issue of the Septuagint and the Old Testament, they would it's quite common to say, well, they're deleting Trinitarian type of concepts from the Old Testament, and it's like that they're actually in the Hebrew, but they're not in the Greek. And then why wouldn't they do that with the New Testament? 1 John 5:7, the strongest Trinitarian verse, and Jerome saying unfaithful scribes are taking out the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost. I don't know how people can get around that, with that, or people just don't know it, or they've just gone. I don't know I don't know how people can get around that fact that Jerome talked about this specifically. But I'll just try refreshing my page. 1 John 5:7. Yeah, here we go. It's working. Now, this is a long page. If you go to 1 John 5:7, you can go to the Johannine comma, index of Johannine comma articles, and 1 John 5:8. Okay, so big page, but we want to get to the Textus Receptus. Here we go. So most of these I've written out myself and looked at because I've got the pictures here. Now, as I've said, I can make mistakes, but we can see the Complutensian has the articles. Okay. Then we see Erasmus, he doesn't have the comma, but then he does without the articles. Okay. Following Codex Britannicus. And not following Montfortianus. If you just examine that reading with Montfortianus, it doesn't fit. 1527, he does have the articles in there, just as I was saying. Okay. 1535, articles are in there, and they're in there forever and a day. So I haven't written out the 46 and 49 ones there, but we can look at Beza's editions, Hologos. And so, yeah, I think it's splitting hairs. You've got the first two editions of Erasmus, he doesn't have it. Then his first edition, he basically has it without the article. But then from then on, it's like consistent. I think he said something about the first edition of Stephanus, but then we're looking at these other little editions. Collinnaeus, I'm pretty sure Collinnaeus was the stepfather of Stephanus, and so there is this link through here. But Yeah, so anyway, I just thought I'd mention that. Conclusion. I am the first to admit that a portion of what I have discussed in both part 1 and 2 is not essential for determining the text of the New Testament, nor is it essential for interpretation or meaning. On the one hand, typesetting errors and inconsistencies among the TR tradition does not make or break the textual readings of the TR. On the other hand, some of these oddities of the TR tradition of 1 John are essential and do affect meaning. Nevertheless, the goal here is to demonstrate that the printing press, being the technological feat that it was, did not perfect the reproduction of the New Testament, not immediately anyhow. It seems to be premature to base one's view of preservation of Scripture upon a certain textual tradition such as the TR, in part because it arose at the same time that the providential technological advancement of the providential technological advancement of the printing press happened at the same time, I guess. Yeah. As good as it was in the beginning, such printing of the Greek New Testament needed to be refined. I don't know any TR person who doesn't think that. So I don't know anyone who goes, well, printing was invented, therefore we just go with Erasmus's first edition or whatever, or we just go with the Complutensian Polyglot, or, people see that there was, people had done what they could, but then as more information came to light, things were advanced. But there can be a regression. You can get to the place where something is as perfect as it can get, and then there can be a regression, especially when you're going to Vaticanus, Sinaiticus, these type of manuscripts, which are basically Westcott and Hortext. People will go, well, why aren't you advancing now? It's like, well, the vast majority of manuscripts back up the King James Textus Receptus tradition. And there's good argumentation for the keeping of readings when there is a minority. And so we're not majority text people. The majority just so happens to back up our text. But when you look at comparing it to the critical texts, there's all sorts of strange and weird and bizarre readings. And the thing is, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus have their own really weird and strange readings that no one goes with. They're just obscure and they're gone. No one talks about them. Like Jesus dying or while he's alive, he got stabbed. I don't believe that. I think it's a silly reading. I think Vaticanus is a corrupt document. But anyway. So nevertheless, these editions among the TR tradition did produce, what these editions among the TR tradition did produce is nothing short of extraordinary. Okay, so he's saying that these editions of the Greek New Testament would trailblaze a pathway for the development of future printed editions that we still enjoy today. Their past labors, mistakes, frustrations, and determination to produce what they believe to be the best representation of the text of the New Testament are our present gains. And I guess that, like I was saying earlier, they don't have a horse in this race. They're not just getting Vaticanus and translating that. They have to get Vaticanus, Sinaiticus, smash them together, and with a whole bunch of Byzantine readings for locations, and because they get it so wrong in both those manuscripts. Their text just is non-existent, really, for hundreds of years. So here's the church, here's Reformation happening, martyrs, kings, queens, conversions, all this stuff happening, and the critical text is just nowhere. Just doesn't exist. So we can't critique it. We can't critique. We can only critique, from Ruckman, to Westcott and Hort, to, the NA 28th editions. We look at all that and go, okay, what's happening here? But when it comes to this time, their text just didn't exist. It's just non-existent. In future articles on the Textus Receptus in 1 John, I intend to move away from the printing oddities and switch to textual oddities, or strange and uncharacteristic readings of the Textus Receptus in 1 John. We will also examine some very poor weakly attested readings of the TR in 1 John. Pictures of the TR tradition are provided by Basel University's Digital Library, CSNTM. They are displayed here for research purposes. So I guess, so that's the second one. Now I've gone for nearly 5 hours, so I will probably shut this down very soon. But so the textual oddities, I will go to the first one. Where are we? Actually, if I typed in the name, or if I clicked the name, it came up with all the articles. So we'll just quickly go back to the first one. Okay, part 1. Now let's see what I looked at, agreed with, disagreed with. So yeah, there are printing errors. I'm in agreement there. I think we all would agree on that. Things like this happened, but we, as I had mentioned, you can easily look at the Latin translation that he did, or go underneath and look at the apparatus, or that he has underneath the marginal notes. And you can also look at his editions. So here we have the 1582. Look at his editions before, look at his editions after, and you can probably go, yeah, that's a very easy to spot printing issue. But I'm glad that he brought it up. I enjoy looking at all this stuff. So I'm very glad that Timothy Decker's done these articles. Now I know that he has a certain flavor, sort of like a Mark Wardian type of thing, where he is against the Textus Receptus, but yeah, this first article doesn't really have much that I would go, well, that's against the TR. And yeah, this is a classic reading, the upside down Lambda. That's classic. How that happened, it must have been like an apprentice. I mean, that's hilarious. And yeah, the epsilon that ended up like a or this one, the ook reading that ended up an ek reading, so that's interesting. Yeah, classic typo. Yeah, and the rough and smooth breathing, so I'm pretty sure that gets addressed in the latter articles. And yeah, and this is where I would say, okay, I would say to Timothy to check out some of my videos that I've done about manuscripts and Erasmus, or whether or not they are the actual manuscripts that Erasmus used. And who determines that? James White says there was 6 manuscripts that Erasmus used, but then when pressed, he says, well, there's 12. Then when really pressed, he says there's probably 20. So who knows? Like, where's he getting this info from? Who's he parroting? So yeah, the first one, it's just pretty interesting information, a few little bits here and there, but it's nothing to write home about. Then the second one we've gone through obviously took a little bit longer. And so we've gone through this issue of 1 John 3:16. Now, I recently did a video on the New King James, and so I do a bit of a section on there, but I think I've pretty much showing you what I know about this verse. Just from a King James and a New King James perspective, and the italics and things like that. So I would say, just only seeing these manuscripts that are used, I would go, okay, let's give the benefit of the doubt. And like Dan Wallace said, there are 1 million biblical documents destroyed just in World War II alone. So I would suggest that there could be, a handful more, maybe 10 more, who knows how many more manuscripts were available to the reformers around this time. Also, the support from the Complutensian polyglot, that's a whole nother issue. This issue of the sort of movable sigma, very good information. I like that. It's great to know, actually. And so in my comparisons with TR editions, I'll keep that in mind. I don't think it's a huge issue there, though. And this issue about message or tidings, I think Scrivener's just seeing tidings everywhere, but then seeing message in the King James, and he's assumed that it's just this huge gap. I don't think it is. But anyway, it's made me think about those issues of, like you were saying, the Engelia root, which is very interesting. If you're looking for no, that's cool. Engelia. And 1 John 5:7-8. So I would just say there's quite a lot I've done on that. Probably my more recent stuff is better because I do summarize things. So yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, I can always debate anyone on 1 John 5:7. I'll debate anyone on that. So I don't think there's this huge, big instability because of what's said there. The love of God thing, that was interesting, and I really appreciate that he went to the annotations and looked at that. But yeah, it does seem like that Stunica article has that interesting thing there as well. So the Rhodes Codex, which would be an interesting thing to look at and think about. And so so that is Timothy Decker. So Timothy Decker is waiting for a heart transplant, so I'll keep him in prayer about that. But apart from that, I think I'm going to shut it down, or else I'll turn into a pumpkin. And I'll go through the next 2 articles. Now, they're going to be a bit more theological and talk about textual criticism a little bit more. So we'll get into those issues. But apart from that, guys, I am going to bail. I'll probably do another program tomorrow, and I'll see you then. Thanks for joining us. Congratulations, Pastor Brett, on getting married tomorrow. That's going to be awesome. Keep in touch, and God bless you guys.